This meeting to order. Marnie, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Mark Gregg.
Here.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin.
Here.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Here.
And Mayor Buddy Pender.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Marnie. Daniel, I've asked Daniel, would you join us in the pledge, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All righty. Okay, Pastor Tony Hammond, can you come lead us in a prayer, please? Mr. Ball Coach.
Yeah, it feels strange this time of the night to not have my baseball uniform on.
I call you Coach.
I left him on the field alone, so actually, no, I said there's a bag of ice over there, so ice it down if anything happens. I have another coach there tonight, so we're in good shape.
All right.
Let's pray together. Heavenly Father, I thank you so much for this evening. I thank you for our council. I thank you for each person that's here tonight. We pray your blessing over this meeting in every way. May we just be governed by your thoughts, minds, and all that we do. And thank you for the service that each person puts in here. In your precious name, amen.
Amen. Okay, council, any requests for deletions or additions?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask about a possible order change on the lineup for tonight. Okay. I believe there's a number of members in the audience who are here for the item related to the church. Okay. And I thought it might be nice, courtesy, to allow that item to go first so they can go back home to their families and have dinner tonight.
Okay, that sounds good to me, as long as everybody else agrees with it. Okay, so we got it. So let's see what we're going to do here. Then we will move, let's see, A then, or is it all right, John, if we move, or Rob, you can chime in.
Yeah, you can, if you want to, it sounds like you are moving up E and F to the front. And then what I'll do normally when I read the quasi-judicial, when I introduce the quasi-judicial items, Marnie will swear everybody in for all items. What I'll do, since this is going to be taken out of order and we'll take the other quasi-judicials later, I'll read this in the script and we'll swear them in just for that item. And then we'll do it again that way in case anybody comes late for the other items, they can still participate in the other items.
Do we want to do this after A, the tab C, about the approval of residential building permits, or is that all right? Or we want to do it before it?
Let's do it first.
Okay. All right. So we'll move this first then, okay? All right.
And I was going to ask on this one if you wanted to do the two jointly like we did with the ones on Tuesday night because they're related. And again, it would be the same information repeated twice.
Right.
So if you wanted to hold them and we just have to check with the applicant to make sure that that was okay.
Okay. All right. Council, are we okay doing that with the church stuff? Yeah? Okay. All right. Okay, so if we don't have, that's it, then nothing else. So
confirm with the applicant, no issues with that. I don't know if there's a representative of the applicant. You're good with that? Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, so they're good. All right. So we'll move on to reports, presentations, and announcements. So presentation, comparison of habitat, village versus the code. And Jennifer.
Yes, thank you.
And Daniel.
Thank you. I'll just do a brief introduction, then let Daniel have his 5 minutes spotlight. This item is on your after action report, PL 23-06. At your meeting in November, I think it was November 9th, 2023, the council had asked staff to do a comparison of the environmental standards in the village code with those in the Monroe County Code. Daniel Parabach, our village biologist and senior environmental planner, has done the thorough review and has provided that report to you in your packet. He's going to do a brief report and present his findings, and then we can have some discussion about that.
Okay, Daniel.
I'll try to keep this brief. As Jennifer said at the November meeting, there were some questions regarding the village code and how it compares to the county code, specifically if the definitions were the same, if we were missing definitions, and how the two codes compare in general. So as a note, this is just a general comparison. As everybody here knows, codes have caveats, specific conditions and exemptions. I tried not to get too far in the weeds with that. And a disclaimer, I'm an expert on the village code, not quite an expert on the county code. So if there's a question that I'm unable to answer tonight, I promise I will do the research and get you an answer as soon as possible. The best way to begin, I'll start with a summary, and then I'll go into a little bit more detail. To summarize, in general, the county and village definitions are very similar, if not word for word. The only definition that the village does not have that the county has is disturbed salt marsh and buttonwood. I don't think this was an intentional omission. I think it kind of got lost when the code was originally being written. Overall, it appears that the county is more restrictive on developments within protected habitats, with the caveat that the county seems to place greater emphasis on limiting development on larger environmentally sensitive lots. This may be due to the county size and the number of large tracts of land versus the village's four relatively narrow islands. The village code emphasizes limiting development on the most sensitive habitat types. The biggest difference I found between the two codes is how clearing is calculated based on existing conditions. The county uses conditions existing in 1986 as the baseline, and the village uses the current legally existing conditions as the baseline when you're calculating clearing limits. To help summarize all this information, there's a chart in my report. I'll just run through it really briefly. The county requires an existing conditions report. We require a habitat analysis. They're essentially the same. The county requires a benthic survey. We also require benthic surveys. The county lists habitats in order of sensitivity. We group habitat types into 3 different groups based on sensitivity. The county clearing percentages range from 20 to 40%. The village clearing percentages range from 10 to 50%. The county has a maximum clearing limitation of 7,500 square feet. In the village, the maximum clearing is based on habitat type and proposed development. Cleared areas are considered vegetated when calculating clearing allowances within the county, and in the village, it's based on the current legal existing conditions. Again, in the county, 1986 conditions are used as a baseline, and only increases of vegetative cover are allowed to be calculated. And in the village, again, the current legally existing conditions are used. Following that table, there's another table that kind of just compares the definitions. In that, you'll see, again, the disturbed salt marsh buttonwood is the only definition that we don't have that the county has. With that being said, they do have 4 different habitat types that we don't have, which makes sense why we don't have them in our code. And those are high and low hammock, which we only have high hammock, cactus hammock, palm hammock, and pinelands, and those don't occur within the village. Reports and documentation. The village and the county documents are essentially the same. We just use different names for them. Habitat type and sensitivity. The county lists the habitat types in order from most to least sensitive, with their most sensitive habitat being cactus hammock and their least sensitive being disturbed with exotics. The village has a similar ranking. We just break our habitats into 3 classes. Class 1 being the most sensitive, containing wetlands, hammock, beach berm. Class 2 kind of being the middle ground, and that contains disturbed with hammock, disturbed with beach berm, disturbed salt marsh, and class 3 being the least sensitive with disturbed and disturbed with exotics. Baseline conditions. So this is the biggest difference between the 2 codes. I have a couple excerpts here from the county. So in Monroe County, the conditions legally existing as of February 28th, 1986 shall be used as a baseline to determine clearing allowances. This information may be supplemented by new aerials and site analysis to determine increases of native vegetative cover only. Upland native vegetated areas cleared between 1986 and present shall be considered still contain upland native vegetation for purposes of determining amounts of clearing permitted. In comparison to that, the village simply says the current legal existing conditions are used to determine clearing allowances. Permittable clearing per habitat type is assessed cumulatively from February 28, 86 to present, and major development sites approved prior to 86 shall not be permitted to clear additional habitat beyond the original approval. So that was the biggest difference I found. And at the end of my report, I've included some reference material since I couldn't cover everything tonight. The county and village definitions are listed in full, so you can compare them directly. Relevant code sections that I could fit are in there, and the code sections that were too long for the report are referenced by section number. So that's my general comparison, and I will answer any questions.
Council, any questions for Daniel?
Yeah, thanks for this report. I think it's super helpful. I just also was wondering if you could come back with any recommendations you might have for how, what you're seeing as you look at our code independently and versus the county code as the expert in this field. Was that something that we could look for?
Daniel, would you like a little direction on that? I mean, I think I'm reading his mind a little bit because we've talked about this. I'm interested in what you're interested in. So I think there's some areas that are hot. So we would want to look at how to better protect hammock areas and clearing ratios and how those are graded. Would that be one area there? And maybe that's the bigger one, and then he needs some policy direction, I think, is what he's asking for.
And I think that that you're probably, I imagine that you're more qualified to do that than we are. And I would love to see that come back if that's something that we can agree on.
Daniel, I think personally, he just needs to try to keep it simple and keep it to where everybody, the residents understand it, these applicants understand it, because it does get complicated.
Oh, 100%. I think that that's the beauty of having an expert like Daniel take a look at this. What I've found is that the best experts can explain in the most simple terms complicated matters, because this is a complicated one, and I would love to see more, to see your analysis. What are you seeing, and where should we go with this? Are we in agreement as a council to ask for that coming back from Daniel?
Elizabeth, I think another thing is I mean, we have to think about it. When I got my administrative relief, they wanted to put stronger stuff on it, but Kokonis came back that night, and I had an attorney represent me, and, I was allowed to clear 50%, but they couldn't because of our codes. They couldn't enforce anything, more than what our codes say. So we gotta make sure that we're not trying to, if it says one thing, but then we're trying to make a certain person we're singling out that one particular lot, we can't, it's got to be good for all, I guess what I'm saying.
Maybe, Mark, do you have a comment to that? I think I'm having trouble explaining what I'm looking for.
Well, I can recall that when we had a land use matter a couple of years ago, we discovered that we had been looking at things, there had been some interpretations, for example, how to calculate the size of a hammock. And we learned that we don't just look at the property in question, we go beyond its boundaries and we look at the abutting properties, and we even skip over roads. Roads are not, certain roads, US 1 is not, but intervening roads and driveways are not considered a break in the hammock when measuring the size. And so that allowed us to have a much more precise examination of the issue that was involved in that thing and to come up with a better answer. And the trend has been, as I can see it, in 38 years here, is that we don't, every day or every year we lose a little hammock, and so the demand for that is greater and the need to protect that is even greater. And so things that, our comp plan is now 24 years old, so I think it would be wise to look at that and see, how much hammock have we lost since those original regulations were in place, and how can we go about protecting those while maintaining a respect for property rights. And it's going to boil down to we either permit it or we buy it, and that's my personal view.
So why don't we let Daniel come back and then we look at it? Let's let Daniel come back and we look at it and see, instead of, let's let him do his job. And
that's what I was asking. Yeah, it's exactly what I think that we were getting at. So as an expert, he could make some suggestions and find some creative ways to take a look at that.
All right, Daniel, you got it?
Got it.
I'm going to just request that go on our after action report. How do you feel about that? I feel like we're all in agreement.
I know But I don't think it needs to be on, I mean, he's just, when he gets it done, he
Oh, no.
gives it.
Oh, no, that's the
gets
point
to
of the-
Jennifer and
Okay.
bringing it back.
It's okay. I mean,
After action?
I don't see any harm in putting it on the report. It's just a helpful reminder in my view, and I would say that it has to be woven in and amongst the other planning issues and duties and chores that we've piled on them. So don't want anything urgent to get neglected by that.
Absolutely. And that is the beauty of our report, of our action after action report. Just an ongoing reminder.
Can I just, before Daniel walks away, just want to be clear, you understand the direction, or do you need to get them to give you clearer direction? Be honest.
Specificity is always in
Thank
my
you.
favor.
So can we have some more clear direction? Because I don't want to walk away from this meeting with an assumption that we know what you guys are looking for, and then we don't proceed with the direction that you've asked for.
I think this is a pretty simple request in that we're asking the expert in this area for any kind of direction, any kind of suggestion or direction that might be helpful in order to improve this, considering what you're seeing in our development side.
Well, do we want to be, in the areas, say, for example, in the county where they have areas in their code that are more protective than ours, would we want to amend our procedures to be more protective, not necessarily exactly the same, but more towards protection? I don't think we want to move away from protection, or status quo. My personal view would be more protection. So if that's, if there's-
That's what I'm asking, is
Yeah.
the council looking for direction for Daniel to come back with suggestions to make the code more stringent and more protective, or something else?
Henry, you want to chime in on this?
No, I think it's a little premature myself. We have a comp plan and other things that have to be adjusted to the needs of today versus the needs of 25 years ago. So once that's completed, I think that will assist you greatly in some of your decision-making.
Okay, Sharon, Vice Mayor? I'm good. You good? Okay. So
Well,
Dan,
I just want to say, one thing we discovered in the earlier land use thing is that, and I didn't say anything earlier, and I don't like to disagree with Daniel, but he often points out my errors too, so it's fair. We discovered, our code is founded in part, in this area at least, on what the county did in 1986, as he referenced that. There are a series of these baseline maps. We've talked about them before. They used to be kept in the building department on these big sheets in a rack, and you could look at them. And for years, we've had trouble finding them. Brian Cook found them, and we have them now. I have a copy on a zip drive. And what those serve to be is, and he did mention it in part, where any development that's occurred around 86 or after, if they've maxed out on their clearing and it's tied back to that 86 baseline, they have no further clearing to be done. So it also provides that those baseline maps can be updated, and that's what I think he was referring to by existing conditions. But I would like to make sure that those baseline standards and conditions are clearer in our code, because I personally don't think that they are. And that's how they kind of got lost in the mix, because you have to look for it. You have to know where to find it, and it's in the comp plan as well. So that's one area, Daniel, I would like to, and I can speak with you privately about that if that's not a problem, and point it out rather than spend time hashing it out here. So that would be my suggestion there.
okay. So Daniel, what Henry just said with the comp plan, isn't some of this stuff going to will be changed in the comp plan or not when we redo our comp plan?
It'll get changed together. If you are looking for some suggestions in the code, when that gets officially updated, the comp plan will be updated at the same time,
Okay.
specifically for these sections. And I wanted to add one last thing. Generally, when you're comparing the county to us, their code reads a little bit more simpler. They paint with a broad brush. When I read our code after reading theirs, our code is you're able to narrow down specific protections or allowances based on what's in the village. It's much more specific. It may be more complicated, but I think it's much more applicable to our area. Is there a happy medium? I can try to come up with some suggestions, being a little bit more protectionist, but also simplifying. It's tough, but I'll try to do my best to get you guys some suggestions.
Yeah,
Thank
I think you got it under control.
All right. All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you, sir. Jennifer, you okay? Okay, all right. All right, so we can move on then. Okay, so with that being said, Marnie, do we have some people for public comment? We're going to open public comment.
Yes, we do. First up, we have Van Cadenhead.
This is general public comment. If it's on a tab, we'll have comment on the tab.
Good evening, I'm Van Cadenhead. My comment tonight is about the agenda format for this evening. Mayor, village attorney and village manager communication, A, B, and C, is A is update on issues of lots fronting US 1 for affordable housing. B is move from April 9th, BPAS and County Rogo update and request for council direction. And C is move from April 9th, guidelines for reservation of affordable allocations. Now, I'm speaking to you in public comment before any of those things are discussed. I think that the public would like to comment on all three of those items, but after you people have your discussion on them, and I think the public should be allowed to comment on those items, because you're essentially putting the cart before the horse. You're putting me here before I've gotten to hear you speak your piece on those three items. And this happens quite often. And essentially, you're cutting the legs out from under the people who would like to comment on these important items by burying them as a village attorney, village manager communications. I mean, that's fine, but if you would allow public comment on those items before general public comment, I think it would be much more conducive to you people getting the idea of what the people are thinking about these particular items. So the issues of lots fronting US 1, ROGO, and the affordable housing allocations are all very essential, important items. And I think the people would like to hear your discussion of them, which is upcoming in village attorney, village manager communication. But then they should be allowed to comment individually on all three of those items. That's my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Van. Marnie, anybody else?
Yes, next is John Fernandez.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For those of you who may not know me, I've been in the village for 20-some odd years. 8 years, I was the chair of the LPA, so I know how the LPA functions. And also, I served in the two charter review committees that we had in the village since I've been here. And the reason I mention this is because there needs to be some background as why some people stand up here and say something. Because there's been some comments made that, you know, people come up here and they don't know what they're talking about. They just want to shout and not do anything positive. So that's the reason I'm saying, giving you a little bit more of my background. First of all, I want to commend, I'm not going to complain today, I'm going to commend three individuals specifically. Councilman Rosenthal, Councilwoman Mahoney, and our Mayor Pinder. And the reason why I'm saying this is, it seems that every couple of years, we get somebody in here that the first thing that comes out of their mouth is, we want to change to 4 years. That's the first thing that comes out. And we don't want 4 years. When I was the chair of the LPA, that issue came up, and we don't recommend that. It came up when we had the review of our charter, and we put it on we allowed it to go forward to a vote, and it was totally sent back, saying no. It was done again a couple of years later, and it was voted again with a higher margin in terms of turning it down. And the reason I'm saying is this. Their votes have consequences. So these individuals that serve, who continue to say we need to have 4 years, when their vote comes up, when they come up to vote in September and November, remember what they did. They tried to change it from 2 years to 4 years. Votes have consequences. So that's something we need to keep in mind. I know we have long meetings, and one of the reasons why we have long meetings is because we talk a lot about an issue, and it never ends. It never ends. I watch it at home, by the way, and my wife says, "Don't you have better things to do?" I said, "No, I got to watch that because I want to see how long it takes before they go to another subject." And this just this meeting right here, the first subject that came up, look how long it took us to get over that one item. I don't know how many items we have going for this particular meeting, but it takes a lot of time. And people, after a while, start leaving because they don't want to sit here until 11 o'clock at night. And then issues that they come up and give information on, they don't get that information because they're tired of sitting here. So again, I want to commend the three of you for what you did, especially the mayor, because you turned, and we appreciate that. You had voted one way, and then you turned around and changed it, okay? And that's the reason why we don't have that in the November elections, okay? I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Marty, anybody else?
Yep, Joe Wishmeyer is next.
Yes, Joe Wishmeyer, Plantation Key. Mr. Mayor and Council, I was very happy to see the compassion shown by Council regarding the noise, parking, and traffic associated with vacation rentals. I wonder where that compassion was when you voted to put a bar distillery with outdoor amplified music and operating hours till 1 a.m. on weekends in my residential neighborhood, but I guess I regress. Adding more code enforcement to catch more illegal renters and violators is long overdue. I commend what the new manager has said. I am skeptical, however, that this can be accomplished in a few months since it has been going on for many, many years. I remain very hopeful and positive and wish the best of luck. Speaking of codes, I know that in the past there has been a question as to whether or not particular residence was a duplex. Well, I have owned duplexes in the past, and because they're multifamily, I was required to have 2 mailboxes, that means 2 addresses, 2 electric meters, and 2 EDUs that I had to pay for to cover water and sewer. I believe your requirements are the same, so that should be fairly easy to figure out whether or not there is a duplex or not. Regarding the LPA, I know that there has been talk about the council trying to take that over. I know that your plates are so full now that you have a hard time making time for the meetings, and gosh, we have some 600 pages in some of the agendas. So I would hope that you would keep the LPA with the citizens. That would help avoid any suspicion of any improprieties about the work that the LPA does before it comes to council. Keeping it with the citizen would ease your workload, and I think that you all would be in favor of that. As promised at Tuesday's meeting, I have copies of the 19 requirements for the distillery that our village manager and one for each of the council members, just to remind you that, especially notice on number 4, the outdoor seating area maximum is 32 seats. And the one thing that was changed, which I have the amendment, I had to go to page 106 on the transcript to find it, but the music hours will end by 8 o'clock, Sunday through Thursday, and 9 o'clock Friday and Saturday. And number 9 of this states that violations will have to come back to the council, and then the council can remove the major conditional use permit and terminate the operation in the event of violations. Please work with the residents of the neighborhood and also the owners of the distillery to make sure that we have good compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Marty, anybody else?
Yes, Deb Gillis.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm Deb Gillis, Islamorada. I just wanted to talk a second about some of the items that you have coming up later on your agenda. You have several items that it's FLUM and the zoning changes. These were not originally, they got changed when the village came into existence, most of them. I think all of them you have tonight, maybe one does not. But and it was, I was around during that time. It was, I don't want to call what they did wrong, but it was mass noticed, and so therefore it was not specific to the properties. Many of the people did not know that. It was a crazy time. If I hadn't have been working on the side in some of the committees or something, I may have not got some of my properties zoned the way it should have been, the way it was in the county. So when you read that tonight, just keep that in mind, that some of the county stuff got changed when we came into existence, and the people really didn't know that it was happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Marnie, anybody else?
No, sir.
Okay, with that being said, public comment is now closed. Okay, so we will move on to, anybody have anything with the mayor council communications? All right, we can move on from that then. Henry, nothing tonight?
So far.
Okay, we're on to B, village attorney, village manager communications.
We're going to do the church thing.
We are, but.
I mean, I think we're going to do it like before we get into all
Okay,
the rest of it.
well, I thought we will do that after we get down, where we get to resolutions, we'll put it right there. Yeah. Yep,
Hey, thanks for the clarification.
okay, all right. Unless, hey, John, can we go ahead and do the church thing now, and we do this afterwards?
Yeah, you guys can move it up to the front, no problem. I can.
Okay, then let's do it.
Okay.
Everybody in agreement? Yes. Okay, all right.
All right, so we are into quasi-judicial. This is going to be tabs E and F. I'm going to read the quasi-judicial notice. I'll read it twice tonight because of the separation between these two. Please be advised that the following agenda items are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment on these items, please inform the village clerk by filling out the available sign-up form. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. As a reminder, testimony in quasi-judicial items will be in person. Zoom testimony is not permitted. These proceedings will be handled in accordance with the village code requirements. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be either cross-examined or sworn, your testimony shall be disregarded. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record along with the village code and comprehensive plan. Any correspondence that was received by village staff is included in the file and part of the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details on the quasi-judicial procedures in section 30-256 of the village code may be obtained from the village. At this time, I would ask anybody who intends to speak on either tabs E or F, which are being heard together, tonight, to please raise your hand to be sworn in by the clerk if you intend to speak on those.
In the matter in which you are about to provide testimony, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? The witnesses have been sworn.
Mr. Mayor, tabs E and F, I will read the captions for those. Tab E is an ordinance of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, considering the request of Ty Harris, PA agent for Island Community Church, Inc., to amend the village's future land use map from public/semi-public services, PS, to mixed use, MU, for the subject property, located on Upper Matacumbe Key, with real estate number 00402-900-0000000, as legally described herein, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the State Department of Commerce, and providing for an effective date upon the approval of this ordinance by the State Department of Commerce. Tab F is an ordinance of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, considering the request of Ty Harris, PA agent for Island Community Church, Inc., to amend the official zoning map from public/semi-public services to highway commercial HC for the subject property located on Upper Matacumbe Key with real estate number 00402-900-0000000, as legally described herein, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the State Department of Commerce and providing an effective date upon the approval of this ordinance by the State Department of Commerce. Council, before we begin, I'd like you to please disclose any ex parte communications that you may have had with the applicant or anyone else. Again, these are tabs E and F, and please include whether the person represented any group or entity, as well as the subject matter. Thank you.
Okay, I can go first. I did speak to Tony a while back about this, and I've spoke to Ty Harris.
I have spoken to Mr. Hammond, to Trevor, and to Ty Harris.
I think I spoke to Ty Harris, but I don't remember when.
Well, I'm going to recuse myself from this tab for conflict of interest.
Okay. Henry?
Chuck Tittle, Sue Miller, Dave Pekovich.
You good, John?
We're ready to proceed.
Okay.
Great.
All right, so Jennifer, you are up.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. Jennifer DeBobrian, Planning Director for the Village of Isla Mirada. I'm here this evening presenting to you the application from Island Community Church for its FLUM Future Land Use Map Amendment and its zoning map amendment for the property located at 83250 Overseas Highway in Upper Matecumbe Key. The applicant is looking for a future land use map amendment from public, semi-public services to mixed use, and a zoning map amendment from, public, semi-public services to highway commercial. The property is currently the home of the Island Community Church. The church is moving to a property that was formerly the Island Christian School and would like to change the designation to repurpose the building to commercial use. The subject property is 32,000 square foot parcel in Upper Matecumbe. The property was originally the home of the original Isla Mirada movie theater. In 1974, the church purchased the property for its congregation. The property contains no significant habitat and is mostly devoid of all vegetation. The property is not recognized as habitat to any state or federally listed animal species and is not within the state conservation recreation land's boundary or critical habitat area. Pursuant to the village's GIS data and records, the parcel is not defined as any specific habitat. The subject property currently has an existing public, semi-public services future land use map designation. The surrounding properties to the south are designated residential medium. To the north, the adjacent properties are designated residential medium and mixed use, including public supermarket. The properties to the west are designated as residential medium, and to the east, across Overseas Highway and the Old Road, is residential medium. The character of the subject property is the existing church building and associated infrastructure, and the surrounding area is mixed use with a collective of retail businesses, multifamily apartments, and single-family residences. The subject property also has an existing public, semi-public services zoning district designation. The adjacent properties to the south are designated residential single-family R1. To the north, the adjacent properties are designated residential single-family R1 and highway commercial. The properties to the west are designated residential single-family R1, and to the east across Overseas Highway and Old Road are residential single-family R1. The LPA heard this item at its meeting on March 11th in 2023 and voted to recommend approval by a vote of 5-2. The proposed FLUM amendment from public semi-service to mixed use, in conjunction with its companion application for zoning amendment from public service semi-public service to highway commercial, would allow the applicant to repurpose this property to a commercial use. Areas designated mixed use on the future land map recognize a prevalent and historical mixed use pattern of development in the village. The mixed use designated shall accommodate a mix of commercial and residential uses, which may be located in the same building, limited public and semi-public uses, recreational facilities, schools, marinas, tourist-oriented facilities, and supportive community facilities ancillary to the primary uses, pursuant to the standards of the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Regulations. In your packet, there's an impact and policy analysis that identifies the impact of the FLUM and zoning amendments, including impact on public facility, how it identifies in the comprehensive plan, and how it is compatible with the principles for guiding development in the Florida Keys Area State Critical Concern designation. For the zoning amendment, The procedures for amendments to the zoning map pursuant to Section 30-411D4B of the Code of Ordinances. The village council must find that the application is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and the applicant has complied with all procedural requirements of this section, and that the maintenance of the existing zoning on the property does not accomplish a legitimate public purpose. The village council shall make its determination on finding a legitimate public purpose based on one or more of the following factors: demand for the proposed zoning district in the village in relation to the amount of land currently zoned and available to accommodate that demand. Pursuant to the village's GIS data and records, there are approximately 538 parcels that are designated within the highway commercial zoning district, which represents approximately 7.56% of the total 7,108 parcels in Islamorada. Of the 538 parcels within the highway commercial zoning district, 85 parcels are vacant, which equals approximately 15.79% of the total parcels. Number 2, compatibility of the site's physical, geological, hydrological, and other environmental features with the uses permitted in the proposed zoning designation. The site is currently developed and has been used as a commercial use and/or church school for many years. These uses are compatible within the proposed zoning district. Data errors, including errors in mapping, vegetative types, and natural features described in the comprehensive plan. There is no evidence that there are any errors in village GIS data or records or other resources. New issues. The village has accepted 300 additional affordable housing units. According to the Department of Commerce, there is an additional need for commercial space in conjunction with these units. Recognition of need for additional detail or comprehensiveness. There is no need for additional detail because there are no proposed changes to the subject property at this time. Compatibility of the proposed district within the property surrounding of the site of the requested rezoning and any applicable neighborhood or redevelopment plan. As previously indicated, the subject property currently has an existing public, semi-public services zoning district designation. The adjacent properties to the south are designated residential single-family R1. To the north, the adjacent properties are designated as residential single-family R1 and highway commercial. The properties to the west are designated residential single-family R1, and east across Overseas Highway and Old Road, again, they're residential single-family R1. The character of the subject property is an existing church building, associated infrastructure, and the surrounding area is mixed use with a collective of retail businesses, multifamily apartments, and single-family residences. At this time, the staff has reviewed both requests for FLUM amendment and official zoning map amendment from public services to semi-public services to mixed use and highway commercial, and has determined that the request meets their criteria, and therefore the staff recommends the approval of both changes. I'm available for any questions.
Okay. Anybody in the council have any questions for Jennifer before we move to the applicant? Okay. Ty?
Good evening, Council. Ty Harris with the law firm of Ty Harris, PA, 110 Plantation Shores Drive, Tavernier, Florida. I think it's kind of apropos that the first of these applications that deals with zoning changes starts with the church. When I was the planning director, I called this the original sin of the village. And what I mean by that is that when the village incorporated, promises were made to village residents. The first one, I think, was your tax money is going to stay in town. It's not going south to Key West. I think the second promise was we as a local government are going to be more responsive to your needs. We're going to take care of you better than in a disinterested government where the power base is focused in the south of the county. And that seemed to be kind of the swing to bring most residents on and vote in favor. Not all islands voted in favor, but a majority of the islands voted in favor. And thus we became the village of Islamorada. One of the first acts of the planning department after that was to travel the 18 miles of Islamorada, looking at properties to compare the county zoning with what the future zonings would be in the village. And during that process, it seems to me, well, it doesn't seem to me, it's quite obvious that a lot of properties on Old Road and US 1, which had a commercial designation in the county, suddenly were proposed to be downzoned either to residential, conservation, or public service. I haven't found one, and I challenge you to look. I have not found one instance where somebody's zoning changed in a way that put value in their pocket. All the village did was take millions and millions of dollars out of residents' pockets by changing the zoning. Not one time did somebody get enriched by, as we've heard the term upzoning, nobody got upzoned. It's not a planning term, but it conveys the idea that your property gets more value than it has at the present time. So it's a good term in that way. So here we are, 20-something years later, facing the original sin of the village. And you may ask, why all of a sudden are these applications starting to come in front of the village? And I can point to two things. The first is that the state legislature a couple of years ago required every municipality and county to add into their comprehensive plan a protection for private property rights. It doesn't say private zoning, doesn't talk about zoning, it says private property rights. We did that because if we hadn't, you could not pass another comprehensive plan amendment until that was in. The second thing is more recent, and that is the Shands versus City of Marathon case, which occurred last summer. I don't know that it's going to be a final decision, but it really kind of stoked the idea that even if your zoning was changed 20 years ago, you may have another entree into the court to get relief. And so those two things are kind of the genesis for, I think, private property owners going, you know what? This is the time now to recoup my zoning and get my value back. So the church is the first one, but it won't be the last one you see. You'll see another one tonight, and then you're going to see one in a couple months. But they're going to keep coming. And in this case, as you know, this property had a commercial designation in the county, and then at some point, without individual notice to the church, it was changed in both its comprehensive plan and its zoning to public service, public use, but essentially public, which took away all the commercial entitlements that it enjoyed. The village didn't need to do that. There's something called RLUPA. It's the Religious Land Use Protection Act. It's a federal act. The federal act protects churches in almost every zoning classification. Not conservation, but about every other one. So there was no need to change the zoning, to downzone this property. All they did was reduce the value of this property by over $1 million. And that's the church's money. Not your money, not my money. That's the church's value that the village took away. So now is the time that we're going to right the wrongs from the original sin. This is the time to do it. You have a staff report recommending approval. It constitutes competent substantial evidence to support your decision to approve both the flume and the zoning change. And with that, I respectfully ask you to look in the audience, and I don't want everybody to get up and speak, but everybody that's here in support of the church, I would like for them to raise their hands. That's your community. This is us, right? Let's stop hurting our own people. So you guys do what other councils haven't done and fix the darn thing. I know there's a lot of dissension. This council doesn't get along, but let's start doing a couple things right that we can all agree on. And we all agree that if anybody else was doing this, it would be called theft. If you did it, it'd be called stealing. The sheriff would come arrest you and you'd be in jail. The only people that are allowed to do it are governments. But you're supposed to adequately compensate people when you take their property rights. That didn't happen. So just because something was legal and put in a newspaper down in Key West never makes it right. Never makes it right. And for a town as small as we are, to put up with that is disgusting. And I'll leave you with one story. When I was the planning director, Mike Forrester came in and he brought this literally little old lady with him. And he said, Ty, we've got a problem. And I said, okay, what's wrong? He said, she's had this property for 35 years. It's always been commercial. But she's selling it because she's ready to retire, and this is her retirement money. Oh, okay, well, let's look it up. Pull it up on the screen. Showing residential. Like, huh, this was the first time this happened. And we did some more research looking for a map error. No, it wasn't a map error. It was one of the parcels that got caught up in this rezoning. It's the only time that I worked at the village in 3 years that I was embarrassed to wear that damn shirt. I felt, I'm not that tall, but I felt about this tall, because here's this lady crying because all the value in her property was gone. And she had assumed for 30 years that nothing had changed. So with that, I respectfully request that you approve both of these requests. And if you have any questions for me, I'm here to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ty. Okay, so John, give me a little help here so we can go to public comment. We're going to have in favor and those that are not in favor?
Correct. Under our code, it's those in favor speak first, and then anyone opposed would then speak.
Okay. And, you know, is it okay I say something that Charles Baldwin told me years ago when I was playing racquetball with him about this thing that Ty just talked about and what this church and what others in this community? And I know there's people in this room that don't want to hear it, but I'll tell you something.
You might want to wait until after public comment when it's time for council discussion.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go, those in favor that are signed up to speak, Marnie? Would they?
Yes, I have Van Cadenhead, Tony Hammond, and Deb Gillis all signed up in support to speak.
Okay. We're going to call you Coach now.
And no, I'm not Van Cadenhead. So I'm Tony Hammond, 246 Jasmine Street, Alamorada. Council, good evening again, and it's good to see you. I'm here to respectfully ask you to return the zoning which existed for the church property when it was purchased by the church from Mr. Pomerly when it was a Cinemrata Theater. As a teenager, as a young man, I climbed up on that sign 2 or 3 times a week and changed the marquee and put whatever movie was up. And for that, I got, I think, probably 50 cents an hour and got to see all the movies that I wanted to see. So I saw a lot of movies back in the day. And ironically, the last movie, as our LPA knows, the last movie to play at Cinemrata Theater after we handed the check to Mr. Pomerly was The Godfather. I climbed up on the marquee and changed the sign one more time, so it read God the Father. And that has been the home for Island Community Church since 1974. We began immediately to build our Christian school and back. In fact, the first 6 weeks, we held classes in the theater, had 6 grades in there, actually 9 grades packed in there. And then we got the elementary building finished. We moved in, and Island Christian School, of course, existed until just a few years ago. And so in 1989, I became the senior pastor of Island Community Church and was superintending Island Christian School until I retired 5 years ago. I'm still a board member. And so all that we're talking about tonight happened under my watch. And I can assure you that either as a school principal or as a pastor, because I was pastor when the village was incorporated, that there was no signage, there was no notification, there was no letter, there's nothing. I've searched. These guys can tell you I don't throw anything away. And I've looked at every piece of paper that I have, every document that I have. Nothing is in writing that I can find. And so I have to say it was under my watch. The LPA, which I serve on right now, I recused myself when we had this conversation, but we ruled twice in favor of this, both unanimous decisions, 5-0. And I want to repeat what Attorney Harris said, and that is that I don't view this as upzoning. I view this as a corrective zoning, correcting an issue that has occurred. Since people knew I was going through this, I've been numbers of calls from the community saying, oh yeah, that happened to my property too, by the way. And just as you go down US 1 throughout the village, you'll find that. I could name several of them that have called me and told me about it. There are no environmental issues here. Most of you know I'm a biology teacher as well. And I promise you that there's nothing there. The only thing that's on the property are some gumbo limo trees that I planted in the playground, probably back in 1975, that are now there, but they're not a hammock by any means. So there are no environmental issues there. And Island Community Church and ICS has been a vital part of this community since 1968 when it was incorporated. We continue to do so in the years to come. This year we're giving away, and last year, in the last 3 years, we gave away $50,000 in scholarship money to our local kids, both in high school and in college, and caring for those in need, for the hurting. I can't begin to tell you how many people that I have married and buried over the years, and I prayerfully hope I never get those confused at any point, but it is an ongoing process that I deal with all the time, and the numbers of marriages and lives that have been turned around is pretty incredible. The fact that we purchased 150 acres to protect the north end of Alamorada, the mangrove community, was done for one reason, and that was to keep that mangrove community, all the property that surrounds the existing high school property where we want to move our facilities to. And says it's to protect and preserve. That was the whole purpose of it. We are growing. We need to move. We had close to 1,000 people in our two services over Easter. Now, of course, I get it. That's part of the C&E crowd. But Island Community Church is growing on a regular basis, and we need the space. So one last thing I would request is whether the village chooses to purchase the property or not, that should not have a bearing on this conversation tonight. And I thank you, and I thank you for your consideration. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Tony. Hey, while we're switching to Van, hey, Tony, we remember the days that we didn't have to wear shoes to the movie theater, and the raccoons got to come in and get popcorn, too.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, Van.
I'm Van Cadenhead, and I'd like to follow behind the comments of both the preceding gentlemen and urge you to pass both of these changes that need to, the retroactive changes is what they are, because they were done back in the beginning of the village, and there's going to be, as Mr. Harris said, there's going to be a lot more of them coming along because you have deprived a lot of people of the value of their properties. And suddenly they're starting to realize that. And I think we're going to deal with another case of that this evening, following behind this. So I'm just here to bolster what the pastor said and bolster what Attorney Harris said, because they were both correct in describing the situation, and the situation is ongoing, so it's good to get off on the right foot, and I think this is the most important one to begin to correct the original sin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Van. Deb? Marnie, is there anybody else after Debbie that's speaking on for it?
I don't have anyone else signed up to speak on this.
Okay.
Good evening, Deb Gillis. This time I kind of got my LPA hat on. I just, Jennifer did bring it up that this was in front of us. It was actually a 6-0 vote with one abstaining. Tony abstained, of course, from that. There was little doubt in anybody's mind at the meeting that night that it had been commercial and that it should be returned to commercial. And so we approved both the FLUM and the zoning change. And I'm just here to help refresh everybody's memories because it's been a little while. Thanks.
Thank you, Deb. Marnie, we have nobody else wanting to speak total, either opposed or?
Those were the only folks I had signed up.
All right, so with that being said, public comments closed. Council?
Nobody against.
Huh?
There's nobody against, right?
Pardon?
For and against.
I know. Well, she said there's nobody else. There's nobody to speak against it. Yeah.
Good.
Okay. So, council, you want to have any discussion, or do?
I'd just like to add to a few comments. We've heard about how the zoning was changed on this property by mistake and kind of in a sneaky way, and I will tell you that that was true. I sat on the council when that was done. This was in 2001, and this was when we were going through a change, and it was unfair then, and it's unfair now. If you go back and look at the ordinance where that was done, that was passed by a vote of 4-1, and I was the one that opposed it. So I feel some poetic justice to sit here tonight and some pride to be able to fix that. So I want to move forward and approve this, and I would make a motion to approve both of these items.
Okay, do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we got Marnie, we have a motion and a second. Is this, can we vote on both of them at one time, John, or we need to vote on the next?
I would do it separate, just
Okay.
since
All
they're
right,
separate.
okay, so we'll do E and then we'll go to F, okay. All right, so Marnie, call the roll, please.
Okay, Councilmember Mark Gregg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney,
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal,
Every time something like this comes up, I say to myself, why? And who am I representing and for what reason? I had some background in this particular property, which has multi usages. I am not governed by the number of people who raised their hands. It's nice to see that so many people have taken the time to appear and voice their opinion by raising your hand. However, I just wanted to make that comment. I will vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry.
and Mayor Buddy Pinder.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
Okay.
And for the zoning amendment, or the zoning map amendment?
Zoning map, can we go ahead, John? All right, do I hear a motion for the zoning map?
I move to approve.
Okay, do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Marnie, call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney,
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Gregg,
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal,
Once again, I say to myself, why? Well, it's a statement that I kind of adopted when I was elected, and that is follow the money. Follow the money. I understand the church needs the funding to do something else in relation to the church in this community. It is not an individual undertaking, it's a community undertaking, which allows me to exempt myself with following the money as if it were a personal endeavor. So because of that, I will vote in favor of it. Thank you.
and Mayor Buddy Pinder.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
All right.
So we
Okay,
are
we can-
back up to, going back into prior. We're going back up to the regular order, so we're back onto tab B.
Okay. Tab B, okay, which is village attorney, village manager communication. Yeah, thank everybody for coming tonight. Yeah. Yeah.
That cleared the room.
Yep.
Well, okay, yeah. I mean, I figured I needed, yeah, I wondered. I didn't say anything. I just, yeah, yeah. What's that? Did he sign up? Oh, yeah, yeah, yep.
Mr. Mayor, while we're on a break, as we dismiss, may I just tell you one thing that I just did that putting another hat on from baseball coach and pastor. I talked to Daniel when he finished, and I said, you know, I have a long history of biology education in this community, know Keys environment as well as anybody around. And I said, so if I can do anything to help in the educational process, because I think there's a gap between educating the public and what we need to address environmentally. And so I said, just give me a call and we'll figure out what we can do to help there. So
Thank you, Tony, or Coach. Okay, so John, we are on tab B, right?
Tab B, this is going to be Jennifer presenting.
Okay, Jennifer, you are on on tab B.
Perfect, thank you. So as the council may remember, at their meeting on March 14th, the Village Council asked staff to consider the issue of what it meant to front on US 1 in regards to the Village Code Section 30-684B2, which states that a permitted use is multifamily, attached, or detached single-family, deed-restricted affordable housing of up to 4 dwelling units on lots fronting on US 1. And then to look at any potential code changes that might be necessary to clarify this issue. I've put a bunch of background in your packet in regards to the other existing issue that will come later as to how we got to this question. I'm not going to go through all that unless you have specific questions. But I will let you know that we did staff did research a number of lots in which the situation does apply. We've identified 21 lots. You can see those in your packet and on the screen in front of you tonight. We've identified those by parcel ID, address, and then some additional comments about the parcel itself. Of those lots, however, 6 of them contain structures that are too large for affordable housing. Our affordable housing is limited to 1,500 square feet. So that would be almost impossible for somebody to, well, not impossible, but it would be kind of foolish to tear down a large house and rebuild it. And then we have 3 that are non-conforming with 2 SFRs, and then 1 with a office on it. So that leaves 12 lots, which would be classified if we were to continue to follow the previous interpretation of the Village Council. 12 lots that would be classified as fronting on US 1 if we continue to rely on that interpretation. So we have also done some maps to show those lots that we've identified. So these are the ones on Plantation Key. Oops, I went the wrong way, sorry. These are the ones on Winley Key, and then these are the ones on Upper Metacumby, and then there were none that we identified on Lower Metacumby. Obviously, Old World doesn't go to Lower Metacumby, so we did not identify any there. And then I think that's it for my slides. But then John Quick had also provided some language in your packet for potential code changes. After the discussion, we can talk about that and what those code changes would look like. So I don't know if the council has specific questions or would like additional information or want John to discuss the code changes.
So, Jennifer, this one right here, you have, I see where Plantation Lake Estates is.
Frank, can you put that back up for?
I see East Ridge Road and I see Coral. So are you stating that, I see where my house is right here. My house used to be suburban commercial as well, until the village came into existence, they changed it. So now we're talking about, this goes all the way down in front to Treasure Village School, correct? Am I looking at it right on Plantation Key?
I need to get it back up. Give me 1 second, because I don't have a hard copy in front of me. Sorry. All right, perfect. So this is Plantation Key. And which ones are you referring to? I'm sorry.
Correct. And you see the conservation lot there's a green conservation lot.
Yes.
And then you have R1.
Yes.
And then that's Plantation Lake Estate going in there. Then you see R1, the 2 houses.
Yes.
Those are the 2. Then that's East Ridge, then my house, and then Mr. Gregg's property.
Yes.
you're saying that whole property, and then you jump on Coral, and then the property out in front of Justin Johnson's that backs up to the school?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I have a little problem with this anyways, with all of this, because there's only one other property in this village at the time, and it's the one that Jocelyn had the other night. So I'm just, that's me, okay? So anyways, that's my opinion. I mean, what's really interesting is that my own personal property was suburban commercial till the village came in and changed it in 2001. I have the plat that it was showed it was suburban commercial, and now we're going to go change. We're going to let this be changed to where people can put affordables all in front of residential. I don't agree with it. All right, anybody else?
Oh, so Jennifer, the question I have for you is what I'm seeing here is that you are doing an analysis, and I'm not seeing a request for a clarification, but I would like to make a clarification, or is this a request for a clarification, so that it would be very clear in the code, no question, how we want to interpret this.
I think it's a request to either the council to continue to follow the prior interpretation of the previous council, or to make a change to the code to clarify.
So can I just, what's a little frustrating here is that that the way our code is written as presented in this, it actually doesn't say anything about the old road fronting US 1. And so I'm a little frustrated with this entire conversation, frankly, because our code doesn't say that. But if what you're asking us to, I would like to be clear, I'm in agreement with you. I do not believe the old road fronts US 1 or is US 1 for code purposes. If what you're saying is we want language so that we don't have to converse about this again, okay, let's do that. But and I don't know what that code looks like, but yeah, I have a problem with saying that the old road should be treated like it's the highway.
So there was language in your packet. I'll let John speak to that.
There's, at the very last page, there's two potential changes. One, we didn't know which way that the council would like to go, so I just prepared something pretty quickly. The first would be if the council wanted to make clear that or change the code to make clear that there is it considers the old highway to allow for deed restricted affordable housing. If you look on the last page, there's a line that's added under subsection B that would include specifically the old highway where there's no buildable lot between US 1 and the old highway. So we didn't know which direction the council wanted to go, so I put that together. The other is a definition, because we don't have a definition of fronting. I think in the planning world, I think we do have an understanding of what fronting means, but there seemed to be a question raised, at least by the public, that we don't have a definition of what fronting means. So I added that, and it says fronting, and it should say means the front of a parcel which is adjoining a specified location. I think depending on which way the council wanted to go, that would make that change.
I have a question. Correct me if I'm wrong. This change will not affect when we get the new ones. They'll have different stipulations for affordable. Is that correct?
This doesn't. This just applies
the
to
the two that are left, right?
Yeah. Well, this only applies to. This would apply to any affordable units that are in a R1 or R1M zoning district.
So, to answer your question, it potentially could if somebody wanted to build a duplex or a fourplex in an R1 district that was fronting on US 1 and wanted to apply for the 300, it potentially could affect those. This is related to the zoning district, not where the allocations are coming from.
I have this problem with this fronting. I just do. And
Okay.
the old road is the old road. And then again, now you're putting affordables in front of residential neighborhoods, which I don't know. I do have an issue with it like the other council members have. So.
My question, when did this get done? I know that when Mark had the property by Hog Heaven, I knew that was done, but as far as I know, that's the only property in the village that this has ever been done on.
So
It actually wasn't done. There were no affordable, there were no affordable allocations given to that property, just to be clear. It was applied for, but they never replaced. So
Right. No, they
it's
built
like
two more.
theoretical conversation.
I'm not sure, were affordables applied on that one, or was?
No,
That
it was-
one,
it
that
was-
determination, I'm sorry, go ahead, you can.
Well, that could have been either eight
was either
affordables
or.
or
Yeah,
to market rate.
That determination was made as part of an application for an address change.
No, that determination was made because the applicant at the time said that they were considering putting affordables, and so in order to do that, they needed to front on US 1. The planner at the time did not agree, and then the applicant appealed that to council, and the council overturned the planner and said that there was no legal justification for the planner's decision and agreed with the applicant. And so that we have a resolution with that interpretation that was then followed up by another former planning director who wrote a pre-application summary letter identifying that as a reason to allow affordable units on a similar situated property, actually on this map. So that's how that interpretation has carried
Yeah,
forward.
but Tuesday night, you said that the affordable thing was never, ever mentioned to these two houses.
No,
Now
that's
you
not what I
just-
said. That's not what I said, that the affordables were never allocated as affordables.
Oh,
I didn't say that was never mentioned.
see, I
I can
misunderstood you then the
provide
other
just
night.
a little clarity there. So I purchased those lots on Winley Key in the early part of 2017. And I did a calculation that if those were fronting on US 1, I could afford to put a 4-unit building on each of those lots. And so I asked to do that. The planning director said, it's not clear, I can't go with that, so you'll have to appeal it. And I did. And I made the argument to the council sitting at that time that the property is not on US 1. And I'm saying that to all of you right now. The front of my line does not touch US 1. But what does fronting mean? And that was an open question. And I said that if you look in the documents, I think my appellate brief is in there, and I think near the end, I said it was an open one and that conditions for this were favorable to have a ruling like that. The real answer is, it's whatever you want it to be. But the factors that they considered is that there was no barrier of any kind between my front property line and the edge of US 1. There's no intervening parcel. There's nothing but asphalt and grass. There is another definition in the code of another term that had some relevance, and that's the definition of adjacent land. What is adjacent? And it says that an intervening road does not destroy the adjacency of the parcels. So if you looked at it from that perspective, my front property line is adjacent to US 1. And so they bought it, if you want to say it that way. But it was in the context of affordable housing. Now, they approved that, the resolution was passed, it's in your materials. What happened after that, and it took a long time to get there, I think that was in 2019. What happened in the interim is that prices escalated, construction costs escalated, and when I got the plans to do the buildings that I was going to do, and I calculated the cost, I was upside down. I could never make money doing that. I wouldn't live long enough to recover and break even if I did that. And so I decided, I was frustrated, I decided to settle the properties, and I listed them with Jocelyn. They sat on the market for several months. No one offered them anything, and I sold them to her. That's the fact pattern behind that. But the physical conditions of the fact that there's two roads that are parallel, side by side, and my property is on the far side of the second road, that was used to interpret fronting. Now, there's one lot that's a little weird that you may want to consider. Not mine, I have no interest in it, but it's the one next to the school. Now, that one's weird because where the road begins to split, there's a tiny triangle of land that's actually in between US 1 and the old highway. So that parcel of land for tax, on the tax map, on the property appraiser's thing, actually has two pieces of land. One parcel number, two pieces of land. And you can see where that line jogs out there. So that's kind of, I'm talking about that one because it kind of illustrates an intermediary stage. So this is strictly interpretive. I have a bias. I want things my way. You know, I'm like anybody else. But the real question here is, do you want affordable housing, and where do you want it? And if you don't want it here, then where do you want it to go? That's it. It's that simple.
Well, for me, and again, so I won't say anything after this, I have that problem with just above the surface of what's right and what's wrong. And to me, to interpret fronting and the old road, nothing between it, to me, that's right on that surface that I'm very uncomfortable with, to be honest. So I'm a no-go, so.
You're right to be uncomfortable. It's no problem. I mean, it's just, but if you look at these other lots, if you see the list there of the 21 lots, 14 of them are oceanfront. Because of the economics of an oceanfront lot, no one's smart person is going to knock down a house and put 4 affordable units there. There's only one of these that's really vacant. The others are either built on or have permits, and that's the one with a hammock on it. And it's got too much hammock to clear, you can't clear enough to put a decent-sized building there, other than a single family.
You know what's funny, Mark? My house fronts US 1 too.
It does.
I front US 1. I'm sitting here looking at it. But you know what? Mine didn't get included.
Well, let me show you another irregularity. You know the two identical houses across the street from you?
Yeah.
They have a US 1 address.
Right.
That's the weird, yours doesn't,
No,
and
I
you're
know
exactly the same.
I know that.
So it just illustrates that you can look at it two different ways. Somebody else did besides us, besides me. And so it's open to you. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. I'm not trying to tell you you're right or you're wrong. You're not. It's a matter of choice. And it's open, it's interpretive. And if you go that way, you know, you're overriding what one council has decided and what two planning directors have already decided. That's it.
I just want to clarify one thing for the mayor. The reason your property was not included, Mr. Mayor, is because the front of your house is on Coral, not, yes, or East Ridge, I'm sorry. And that's the side of your house that is on Old Road, and so you could not front on the Old Road.
Okay.
It wasn't an intentional slight.
All right.
Yeah,
Well, it was supposed to be. They had it right, but they switched it when they did the comp plan. Okay.
Can I make one more comment, please?
Okay, hold up.
Can I just make one more comment?
Sure.
So, John, you've provided, you've provided some language here that with underlining, and that is really only, that's only allowing us to move forward with the identification that the old road fronts the US 1. Without that language, we're back to where we were, which means that we would continue to have this open-ended question. So what I don't see here is a language that would exclude, that would clarify without a question what we're trying to say here. You've only provided one side of this.
No, well, as I mentioned when we prepared, the definition section, if you adopted only the definition section, that would absolutely make it clear. You're talking about it fronting on where the front of the parcel adjoins a specified location. Then what you look at is under 30-684, the location that is specified is US 1.
So I don't see 30-684 here. Have you provided that for us?
It should be right on the top of that.
Let's see. So could you repeat what you just said, please?
So
it is 36. It's right on top.
So could you say that again?
So if you do not use the underlined addition that's at, so the top portion of what I prepared, that's 30-684.
Got it.
If you were to not adopt that, the only time affordable housing would be permitted under B2 would be if it's fronting US 1. So the definition of fronting, clarifying or reconfirming the definition of fronting would only apply to lots fronting US 1.
So are you asking us to make a motion to approve something tonight?
No, we're asking for guidance because this would have to come back. If you do want to make a change, it would have to come back in the form of an ordinance. So we're just asking for guidance because we weren't sure which way council wanted to go on this. You could do nothing or do one of the two options or anything other than that as well, I guess.
I think I have a way of looking at this, and I want to ask a question. And I'm sensitive to the vice mayor's concern about how this is interpreted. So interpretation of that word is certainly an issue here. The real question is, do you want to have affordable housing on the old highway? And if you do, then the suggested amendment to the code that you read would be one solution that would do that, and it would clarify the fronting issue. If you don't, then leave it as it is and we move on. It's that simple. So the question is, are you?
I've already spoken how I feel. So
Well, you're uncomfortable about if you don't want them on the old road?
that's what I just said, but you're trying to talk me into something.
I'm not
I feel
trying to
like.
talk you into
So
anything.
let's see what the rest of the people
You're
feel,
not
and let's
capable
vote.
of being
So
talked into it?
So Mr. Hernandez doesn't say we go on the same subject for hours again. So
I'm not
let's
worried
move this
about
along.
It's okay. I mean, and I appreciate Mr. Hernandez is impatient, but these are important issues. I'm totally fine talking about them until we're done.
I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about is how are we going to provide affordable housing, even though it involves my personal self-interest. But I'm not the only one, and there's a high demand for this, and we have a state mandate, and it's in our code and comp plan to make it available. If you want to do that, the proposed change to the code allows it. And if you don't, just say so and we move on.
Mark, also, I mean, I appreciate that question a lot. How do we want to handle affordable housing? We have an opportunity here in one of the next two tabs to talk more about that. I have so much to say about it, heads up. But I too agree with Sharon. And you know what? Because there's lots of room for interpretation, I would love to even see this more, because I don't know where else is fronting used in our code. I have no idea because I'm not an expert on it. I would love for a reference to be made in the section 30-684 to refer to fronting as defined in section 30-32 so that there's no question, because guarantee some interpretation will come back to us.
30-32 is the general definition section for the LDRs. So there's a number of
See where I'm
definitions.
going with this? Where else does fronting, I'm not sure if we have all the information here. Is there fronting, where else do we see that in our code?
I haven't done a search of fronting through the entire code. I could do a quick search. But if it's in if it's in the LDRs and 30-32 would apply, I can get that answered for you either now or if this is brought back.
Let me ask you, could you, because I think we're all in agreement here and we can, in the interest of time, move on, though Henry, you've been quite silent. Can you, within 30-684, reflect our intention here without dragging into how our code is written? Can you clarify, can you make our intentions as
Yes, if there's an issue where fronting appears in a number of other places and you want this definition to only apply in 30-684, I can create a definition section specifically for 30-684. Otherwise,
Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah.
I think what we're trying to do is make if there's council consensus, make the change so that fronting is no longer defined as being on the old road, but on US 1, and in the section that has been the subject of the controversy of interpretation, reference the definition so that someone reading that specific section, even if they should know it's in the definitions, it will be explicit and refer them there to avoid even the possibility of confusion and interpretation. Is that correct?
My question is, when we go and do this, what about all the residents that live behind there? What's that going to do to the value of the homes that? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right, Henry, you have anything you want to say?
I don't think I have to.
No. Okay. All right. So what are we? We're going to leave it the way it is.
We've said it's what the manager just said.
Okay.
Do we need clarification?
Yes, have him say it again.
All right.
Okay. Hey, Rob, say again so we can make sure we got this. I want to make sure it's a little fuzzy here.
What action are you taking after this conversation?
Staff are going to prepare an ordinance with a change to the code to incorporate a definition for fronting. And in the section that is the subject of this question of how it's interpreted, a reference to that definition can be incorporated as well. So a person reading it knows to read the definition, make sure that they have the correct interpretation so that it doesn't waffle or fade over time. It'll be explicitly referenced.
Okay, but what did you just say about the old road a minute ago? You said that it wasn't going to be on the old road, but it'd have to front on the highway. Correct?
Council has provided a definition of fronting that requires it have, let's say, a shared lot line between the property and US 1. It has to be adjoining, is that your word, Council, that you're going to be using? Yes. It has to be adjoining US 1, meaning that these properties shown on the graphic, for instance, would not qualify as fronting on US 1 because the front lot line of each of them would have to be the shared boundary between US 1 right-of-way and that lot line. So with the old road in between, they would not qualify.
So what he's saying is the old road is the old road and US 1 is US 1.
Correct, in the simplest of terms.
In terms of the
Henry said.
Yes, that's what I said.
In terms of the
Go ahead, Henry.
The question is, what you just said. Exactly. And why don't we call the question, vote on it, and it's done?
There's no vote involved, it's correction.
Okay, it's not advertised, whatever it is, but let's just move forward and put it behind us. I don't think.
just in terms of the definition section, section 30-32 specifically applies. There are dozens of definitions in that section, and it says words that is used in this chapter, meaning chapter 30, shall have the meaning described below unless otherwise defined in another article, division, section, or paragraph of this chapter. So if it's in 30-32 and that word fronting is used, which it's used, also used as it relates to outdoor storage in a couple of zoning districts, that definition will apply throughout section 30, or throughout, I'm sorry, chapter 30. If I would caution against referring back to 30-32 for a definition, because then that begs the question, why have you not done that for every other definition in chapter 30? And as I mentioned, there are dozens of definitions in here, from A-frame all the way down to
Wait, so can I just request that you manage that on an
Zone.
administrative level so that you reflect the intention of the
Yes.
council? Because this could be lengthy if we need to go through all of
Yeah,
it.
I don't think so. I just wanted to,
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Okay. Okay, are we good? We're going to move on to the next. Okay, so we're going to move on to B, the ROGO update.
yeah, that's tab 3 that was moved from Tuesday.
Oh, what's, Van, what are you asking for?
I'm asking to speak to fronting. You're speaking of the two roads. One road.
Okay.
The old road belongs to the village, which was given to us by the county when we incorporated. It has nothing to do with the federal highway, which is US 1. Okay. Federal highway US 1 is what the charter says fronting means for affordable housing. There should be no problem with the interpretation. There should be no discussion. There shouldn't have been a discussion in 2019. It's very obvious
That we want to have a fair process, and I adore you, Van, but we want to have a fair and equitable process for everyone, and right now, it's not how our meeting
Van,
is set up.
save it for general public comment. Do that. Let's do, I understand what you're saying,
It's apples
but,
and oranges, brother.
okay,
As
all
a
right,
reminder,
okay,
this
go
will come
ahead.
back as an ordinance, and there will be public comment on
Okay.
2 readings.
Yeah, okay, all right,
I need some snow.
all right. Henry, go ahead.
To me, policy decisions are made by use of amendments to the comp plan. I mean, I have a problem with talking about the site right now. Just make the amendment to the comp plan, and we're still basing a lot of decisions on the comp plan, which is antiquated to begin with.
Okay,
That has to be brought up And it should have been done months ago. And we just sat on it and sat on it, and hopefully that's going to be happening in the near future. So I think we're pushing the wrong buttons here as far as the decision made and intended to be site-specific. Let's get down to make the amendment to the comp plan and the definition of whatever you want to make a definition of and get it done. That's my opinion.
Okay. All right, Henry, I think we're good. Are we okay, council? You guys, we're ready to move on to B? For Jennifer to give us the report on the B-Pass and ROGO. This is what we moved from the other night.
Yep, this is tab 3 from the other night.
Tab 3, yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Nope, you're good.
Yeah.
So thank you, Council. Just as a bit of background, in the fall of 2003, the Department of Commerce issued their Florida Keys Hurricane Evacuation Modeling Report. This report provided several scenarios for clearance times in the event of a hurricane. That chart's in your packet, but also on the screens in front of you this evening. After the report was issued, all the jurisdictions in Monroe County decided to let the county lead the effort on future considerations of additional ROGO/BPAS allocations. In early 2024, the state legislature agreed to include Key West in the evacuation model and to include mobile homes in phase 1. So if you look at the chart in front of you, reading abnormally from right to left, it'll be the third column over where it says mobile homes in phase 1. That's the column that we would be going by for hurricane evacuations. On March 20th, 2024, Monroe County Board of County Commissioners held a ROGO workshop in Key Largo. It was attended by myself, our new village manager, Robert Cole, was in attendance, and Jamie Terry from my staff was also there. Jamie's the one that handles all of the BPAS in the office. A lot of good information was done at that workshop. There was a presentation by one of the county attorneys on takings. There was a presentation by Emily Schemfer, the Director of Planning, on their ROGO situation, and then another presentation by Christine Hurley from Monroe County Land Authority on some of the programs that they use to acquire lots, and then finally a presentation by Kimberly Matthews on the process moving forward. I did include those PowerPoint presentations in your packet if you were unable to attend. I know that Councilman Gregg was in attendance at that. I don't believe I saw anyone else, but if I didn't and I missed you, I'm sorry. The county is conducting their public process with the intent of presenting a report and findings at the Board of County Commissioners for a decision at their December meeting. And they'll be looking to each municipality to provide guidance on what we will be looking for in regard to our allocations and either requesting future allocations or not. Just as a reminder, in early 2024, the village adopted a moratorium on market rate building with and without land dedication. This became effective on February 6, 2024, and is active for a 6-month period, and it can also be extended for an additional 6 months. That being said, so staff has proposed a public process for the village to gather data and feedback regarding potential for future allocations. This is a proposed timeline. The end goal is to provide the village council with enough information by its October meeting so that we can make a recommendation back to the Board of County Commissioners. As a side note, just today, actually, we received contact from Kimberly Matthews with the county asking to start setting up a meeting in the end of this month to start the conversation so that we can align our process with their process. So I think this is a good time for us to start talking about this as well. So we'll be working with them closely. This public process will provide the information necessary to formulate the report and recommendation to council. And also, just to note, one basis for our moratorium was to determine a plan to manage the request for allocations and the vacant lots we have remaining in the village. This process will also accomplish that as well. It is likely that we may need to request an extension based on the timeline, but we can address that as we get closer to August. So at this time, we would just be asking the council to look at this timeline and agree that it's a doable timeline, and that we can begin the process as soon as possible so that we can collect all the data that we think you'll need and provide you with a strong recommendation. The other thing I just wanted to note is that the key staff from the village that would be involved in this is all of the planning staff is listed there because I'll be, obviously utilizing their skill sets. Robert Cole, village manager, our review engineer, our public works director, environmental service manager, fire chief, and our chief building official, and then anybody else that we think, but those are the key staff that, we thought of at this time. So that's, where I'm at this point. If anybody has any specific questions about either the timeline or additional things, I'm happy to answer those questions.
Okay. Rob, did you have something you want to say?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. First off, I'd like to thank Monroe County for their partnership on this. They've really helped us get started with an excellent presentation, a lot of background. In addition to that, we'll be looking to continue that collaboration with the county as this planning moves forward. We want to be able to dovetail and use some of what they're creating in our process. So some of the details are not present yet, but to the extent that we're both interested in getting the same questions answered, and we're laying out processes, we're going to walk hand in hand with the county and capitalize on some of the work that they're able to do in terms of how they're doing their outreach, the kinds of questions they're asking to get the right feedback, and therefore, not duplicate that effort, but build on it. And so we'll be updating the council as that schedule gets fleshed out in greater detail. But no, we're trying to minimize our work, but do the right amount, and at the same time, capitalize on the county's work. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Robert. Councilor, we have any questions for Jennifer?
Yes. This is actually a joint question, or a question for two of you, Jennifer and John. In your opening remarks there, Jennifer, you mentioned that we had passed a moratorium that began in February, and it's good for 6 months. So when I count on my fingers, I get to August.
I believe the final date, based on, timing I counted, was August 8th.
Okay. So, in light of the workload ahead of you, in light of the timeframes involved in passing ordinances and things, do you think we can get it all done before the moratorium expires? And if not, do you think we should discuss the extension of the moratorium now?
I don't believe, based on the timeline I've set out, I don't believe we're going to have all the information that we need, or even if we do finalize a report and then be able to act on any of that within that 6 months. So that's why I kind of mentioned that up front. Whether or not now is the time to act on that, I'll leave that to legal.
We couldn't act on it, but we can certainly discuss it if you all like. But as Jennifer alluded to, we envisioned if necessary, and it will likely be necessary, that we would be bringing back for your consideration an extension of the moratorium, probably in June, to see if that was something that you all were interested in. And obviously, it'll depend on the timing of the analysis by planning as well.
Well, my interest would be that we are able to allow the planning staff sufficient time to do their job without allowing for a gap in time to open up that would, make things more difficult and disruptive. So my interest would be to have the moratorium discussion, the extension of that discussed as soon as possible, so that we have plenty of time to get it on the agenda, maybe even a little buffer at the end, because things happen. We're coming into hurricane season. There's no harm in discussing it earlier from my perspective. So I don't know if the council has any.
Discuss it in May at our next meeting?
I'd be happy to.
Yeah, me
We could
too.
do it tonight if it were on the agenda, but
I think, it's not on the agenda.
no. So, fair enough?
I think we could, May. We'll do it in May.
We're clear on May?
Yep. Okay, so can we move on to C then? That's from tab 4, moved from the other night.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure that we have consensus to move forward with this timeline.
What's that?
Just want to make sure we have consensus from the council to move forward with the timeline as
Yeah, do we
presented.
have a consensus? Are we okay with that? Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, Jennifer, you're up again with tab 4 here.
I'm going to let Mr. Quick speak to this one based on the conversation we just had. This is the BPAS.
It seems like based upon the discussion that we just had on the no, this is for reservations.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you're right. We were talking about
It's on the
something
guideline.
else.
for
Yep, I'm sorry,
reservation
I
of
was
affordable
jumping ahead.
Yeah,
I
we moved
jumping
one ahead, so we're
Sorry.
moving back to the right spot, sorry.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Okay, so this is my stuff is all messed up in my book, that's why. This is why you don't do your own book. Okay. On your after-action report, PL 23-09 from November 9th, the Planning Department was asked to look at how we could possibly do some reservation for affordable housing allocations based on a request from a specific project. We've also received several inquiries from other upcoming developments for that as well. The village has reserved them in the past for their property that the village owns by other, and then we'll have other people build on them, but I couldn't find where the village had done it for private entities. So I looked at the policy, the language in the Monroe County Code on their reservation policy and, stole from that and then tweaked it a little. So this is how I would suggest that, the council look at potential reservation policy. It basically outlines that, that you may reserve by reservation any available affordable allocation for affordable or workforce housing pursuant to certain agreements or agencies. It gives 7 different types of awards that we could give. The process would be requests of a reservation of units would be submitted in writing to the planning department, indicating the project identifiers, including address, parcel ID, project name, if any, status of the project in the permitting system, and the number of allocations requested for reservation. The department would review that request and then provide a recommendation for the council with a resolution at an upcoming meeting. So that was my proposal based on the direction, and happy to answer any questions.
Council, any questions for Jennifer?
I'll go last, but I have one question on one of the items on the list.
Elizabeth?
Okay, I'll go. I feel a sense of needing to right what I feel is a wrong, and that has to do with one of the 4 applicants. The first one is the Coral Bay Marina project that's listed there. Of the 4 that are listed, this is the only one that has made it to the finish line. They're ready to go into BPAS. They're in BPAS. They're, as I understand it from speaking to the owner of the property and his representative, this is what's known as shovel ready. In other words, once he gets the green light from us, he's ready to go and start his project. You probably understand that a project of this size requires considerable planning and timing and coordination with materials suppliers, contractors, ordering things. It's a symphony of work and materials that takes a lot of time to plan, and it's a lot of money to invest up front without having the certainty of knowing that you can do your project. I would like us tonight to make an effort to provide that certainty to that applicant, because he has done everything that the law has required to the T. He has paid all of his fees. He's filed every application that he is required to do. And to say it backwards, he has done absolutely nothing wrong. And in my view, he's fully entitled to start right now. And I do appreciate, and Elizabeth has reminded us of that, and I thank her, that we need to stick to policies and procedures and follow the rules. But right now, this one is kind of loose and fuzzy and gray. And we have done this before for others. We have done it for a private party. That was the original one on Woods Avenue, who, I don't know if you want to say defaulted, but was unable to perform, and it was taken on for someone else. This is not anything that is out of sorts. This person is entitled to 8 units. We have them. He's complied with the law, and I would like someone to tell me why he shouldn't have them tonight. What legal or practical reason is it that he does not deserve to get what he asked for?
I can tell you procedurally why we cannot give them to him tonight, but
Well,
if that's helpful.
if it's the wrong answer, I don't want to hear it. I want to do it. No, I'm teasing. You can tell us procedurally, but I think I wonder if this body has the authority to take action that is not necessarily contrary to that procedure, but certainly to achieve the goal and the purpose, which is to provide affordable housing, which is mandated by the law. It's in the principles for guiding development, the ultimate state law that drives us forward in what we have to do. And if we don't do something pretty quick, we're going to get sued because we have to do this. Our plan shows that we have a deficit of over 1,000 units, and this guy's ready to go. And he's done everything we've asked him to, and we need this very badly. It seems to me that there's more than one way to skin the cat here. So you can tell me what the procedure is, and then I want to talk about how, I'll use Elizabeth's quote from the other night, how do we get to yes? I love that. I'm going to use it again. How do we get to yes?
Yeah, and Jennifer, I believe the building is already torn down. He's grandfathered in. I mean, Keys Marina has been there for ever since I was a kid growing up, and it was in bad shape. He's worried about concrete that was falling and killing somebody or hurting somebody. So
it's a 3-story building, and if he can't put the affordables on top, he's got to redo it and start from scratch and conditional use. It is a nightmare. Let's stop the nightmare tonight, please.
Well, let me say something real quick. I remember, and it was when Elizabeth and I first got on, we've had this conversation for this gentleman, and I thought we said yes to him. And I know I do, because I remember Mark used the term reservations, and I'm thinking like a dinner reservation, because I didn't understand. And I thought that night we agreed that this gentleman would get the 8. So I was sort of confused when I spoke with his attorney and said, so I think we need to sort of fix that, because I think several people were under the impression that he got them, so.
Well, it's a set aside, and you know, it provides certainty, and it provides the right to plan and to get the job done. And there's no reason we can't do this. I mean, you're probably going to find some obscure code thing that says no, but we are guided by policy and what the intent of the law is, and the intent is to provide affordable housing. And this guy's done everything we've asked him to do, and more. He's got the patience of Job. And I don't know how much longer it's going to last.
So, understanding everything that's been said and agree with everything that's been said. So no, I'm not going to say.
What do we need to do, Jennifer?
I have a solution. If
okay, good.
Everybody just lets me talk.
Give us your solution.
So I just first want to let you understand the policy behind the decision. It wasn't just, oh, we're not going to give these 8 units to anybody. Yes, we have 300 units, but the council distribution schedule that was approved in 2024 did not authorize the distribution of those units, because at that time, we did not have an approved comp plan amendment that authorized the distribution. We do have that now. That was approved by Commerce on March 7th. And we were intending to bring an amended distribution schedule to you at your May meeting. So what we have talked about in the office and with legal and with Mr. Cole as well is that we could bring the distribution schedule to you in May, on your May meeting, and at the same time or right after that, you could also, because part of your the comp plan amendment allows for the council to borrow forward to the next quarter. He would be first on the list for quarter number 2. He's right now on the list for quarter 1, but we have nothing to give him. So you could, in May, borrow forward from quarter 2 to give him 8 allocations at your May meeting. And that was sort of the intention. If your request tonight is to reserve them for him, that would put him out an additional month, because the reservation wouldn't happen until, we'll reserve it in May, but he wouldn't get allocated in second quarter. If we're borrowing forward at May, we're allocating them a month earlier, if that makes sense.
I interpreted what you said correctly. If we force the issue tonight and we give him a reservation, then it costs him a month on his permit?
I believe so.
That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, John, can we?
I believe
I'm
you.
speaking incorrectly, but I believe that's the timing of it all.
Can we let Mr. Harris since he represents the,
Even what we're,
oh, I thought it was.
this isn't what we're not.
Yeah, we're
this
not
is-
on that.
We're not,
Yeah.
we're not
Look,
talking
we're-
about.
we're going off script
there's
here.
like a
It's-
bigger conversation.
You're right, you're right. You're right that this is out of line.
I mean, and
But it's to fix a problem that deserves to be fixed. I totally agree this is out of line, and I'm doing it.
And
But
I feel like I mean, if we're, I need more information, a little bit more information, because I'm not clear on, but because, I mean, I need more information because it's not in here, if we're talking about Buddy's issue, which,
Right, we are, yep, yep.
but, I mean, so who's going to give that, I mean, are we trying to, well, like, okay, so could you give me that time? So he applied, he's in the system, maybe Jennifer, you could hit, I mean, actually, maybe procedurally, we need to have a conversation about whether we're having this conversation to make a decision tonight about Buddy.
Are you asking that to me?
I don't know, a procedural, I mean, this is a legal thing here, right? Are we giving, I mean, and I'm good with having this conversation, except that no one knows we're having it, and like Buddy's not here, and the lawyer is here, but I don't even know what it would be nice to participate fully with more information. I'm sorry to say that. Well, actually, I'm not really sorry to say that. I mean, I don't even exactly know how this whole thing went down with Buddy.
Well, I think Ty is here representing him this evening.
But we can't.
I don't know either, because we moved this from the other night, so.
So the thing that's on the agenda is having to do with this reservation system.
it is, and his name is on here, his company name is, the permit is, gives me comfort that the public knows what's going on here. I don't understand why one of us can't have a simple motion that we award 8 reservations to him tonight. We vote. If there's 3, he gets it, good to go. And
You know why? Because we don't have a reservation system. There is nothing, we don't have one, which is,
I don't know that there's a requirement that we have one. I mean, there's not a comp plan.
Let's let John.
There is a schedule that that we have to follow that has been established by the council, and that's what Jennifer was getting at, that if we reserve them, whether it's tonight or even in May, that schedule doesn't make them available until June. So when the 3 of us got together, again, speaking specifically about this project, we came up with this, what we thought was a good solution that would actually get him his units earlier, which would be under your code, it allows you to borrow forward. That would all come back in May under a specific agenda item. The agenda item tonight is to get direction on how to create a process, a set process for reservation of affordable housing allocations, if that's what the council would like to do. But this specific item, we think we can actually get him his units 1 month earlier than he would otherwise be entitled to under the allocation schedule that was established by the council.
When you say get him his units, are you referring to a permit or a permit allocation? I'm talking about merely a reservation. It's functionally a promise of the council that he's going to get what he asks for when he comes in to get in line for those. That's all I'm looking for.
So let's be clear, he's in the BPAS system, he's the only one on the list, other than you, for 8 units, and there's nobody else behind him or close to him, so he's going to get 8 units unless the council decides for some random reason to not give him 8 of the 300 units that we have. So
You're saying there's no need for.
I'm not sure what I'm missing.
Okay, so Jennifer, why don't we do this? From what I just heard John say, then is that you guys bring this back in May and we vote on it then at that point, correct?
No, what we're saying is, if you want to talk about this and give us some guidance on this, that's fine. But what we're doing anyway in May is bringing you an amended distribution schedule for the rest of the calendar year, for the rest of the quarters, 2 through 4.
Okay.
The code and, the comp plan allows us to borrow forward from future quarters. Since he is ready to go already in quarter 1, we can bring you a resolution for the end of quarter 1 that borrows forward from quarter 2, 8 of those allocations, and you can award him those in May.
Okay.
Is there anything other than a negative vote of the council that would prevent that from happening?
Not at this
is
time,
there
because
any
quarter
way-
one is already closed and nobody else will.
So the quarter's closed, the game is done, it's set, that's the playing field, and the only way, you're telling me, and I hope he's listening and watching this on TV, the only way he cannot get his reservation is if we don't vote for that. And I think there's at least
Not a
three of...
reservation, it's an allocation.
Well, so that's what I'm talking about, something different. The reservation is telling him tonight he's going to get them, and the allocation is going to be when he gets them.
I would say he also there could be a scenario if he withdraws his application where he would not get the application, or the allocation.
Well, that's self-inflicted.
Yes.
I'm not...
She's saying we're going to vote on this in May, and he's the one on the list.
Right.
So I get where you're going, and I think we're all in agreement here.
Yeah.
I want him to go to bed tonight knowing he has a deal, and I'm not sure he does.
Well, I feel like, from what I just heard Jennifer say, they're going to bring it in May, and we're going to vote on it. Is that what you're hearing, Henry? Yes. Okay. Elizabeth, is that what you're hearing? Sharon?
Are we all in favor?
Yeah, if it were to come back to us, then yes, I think we're all saying the same thing. And it is going to come back to us. That's what we just heard her say.
So when it comes back, we're all going to vote for
We
it. Is
can't
that what
wait.
we're saying?
Yeah, so Buddy can go to sleep.
We're not changing our minds?
But, yeah, okay, I'd like to add some additional things if we all are, do you want to say that again? So that I can add a few items here to this conversation that have nothing to do with Buddy?
I'm just saying that, oh no, I don't want to say anything else. I'm just so intensely frustrated that we can't get affordable housing off the ground to save our lives.
Yep.
And we got a guy ready to rock and roll, and he's going to go away if we don't do this. We're going to lose this, and this is work for us.
And I want to speak to your intense frustration because I feel it as well. And in reviewing this reservation system, and again, this has nothing to do with Buddy at all. But we are in this position, and I spoke about this with Jennifer today, to have some real agency over what we do with these 300 allocations. As you may know, the county is holding, as if I'm not mistaken, is holding back all or at least part of their early out allocations for beneficial use because, and I wonder if we should consider that. So what that means is that if we don't get more market rate allocations from the state, then we have a pool of affordable housing early out allocations to offer people who are sitting there with vacant lots. And we've discussed this, but we've never gotten it off the ground, and this might be an interesting time to talk about that. As you see in our packet, we haven't even started to give these out, and 125 are already sort of, people have designs on them, so they're going to go very quickly. So that's point number one. Should we consider holding some for beneficial use? The second issue that concerns me greatly is that we don't have any stipulation on these allocations about who gets to use this affordable housing. So as I printed out this sheet that talks about the various designations we have for affordable housing and the income levels. So what's happening now is that you can build affordable housing, and the very low person, there's no carve out for that. We're not saying we want a certain percentage of people to be in the very low income category, some in the low and some in the medium low. So let's just, if you could bear with me here, talk about what these income levels mean, because we talk about affordable housing, but a medium low or a moderate low income for a family of 4 is $167,000. I mean, that's a nice income, right? A very low income is a family of 4 that makes $64,000. I think this conversation is begging us to get some clarity on what kind of affordable housing we want to purchase. What kind of affordable housing we want to promote. And if we don't, and it's okay if we decide we don't want the guy who makes the least amount of money to live in our town, that's fine, but we need to have that conversation. Otherwise, what I see happening here with you'll notice in this addition that that's been provided. We have 43 units being requested by Fisher Inn, 50 by Islander Creekside, and 24 by Sunset Inn. Now, if you look at, for example, I mean, these are already, like Fisher Inn, it's already a building. So what'll happen there, and maybe you can help me.
No, it's the vacant lot next to that. He's creating a building.
So then, am I not, is Creekside is already in existence?
So Creekside, the intent with Creekside is that they're transferring those hotel units down to the Islander and expanding the Islander, and then they're going to convert those to workforce affordable housing.
Okay, and so just to be clear then, they're going to put 50 affordable housing units on Creekside?
They're going to convert the hotel. Mhm.
And then those transient units are going to go to?
The Islander. It's owned by the same company.
Somehow this is all being done without, okay, so they're going to go to the Islander, the transient units.
It's not all it's all going to come before you. They're putting all they've got their pieces in line to come before you. I'm trying to get them to do it all at once so they don't come to you in like different steps.
So this kind of shell game, which is fine because it's a little bit of a moving parts here. I mean, let's just all realize that, you know, this affordable housing is, well, it sounds good on paper. We're not doing anything to, well, I shouldn't say it that way. I should say we should be aware that an affordable location, it says here, rent can't exceed $2,925, but you can, if you're in an affordable rental situation, like, for example, let me just back up here. So, $2,900 is your rent, then you add on electric and water. So you're paying, you know, a hefty amount of money. Are we good with that? And if we aren't good with it, maybe we should have that conversation right now. If we want to carve out the various income levels.
Well, I think that the formulas that are in here are dictated by state or federal law. Maybe John or Jennifer could, because I've seen this in the statutes.
But what we haven't done is say we want a certain percentage for low, very low, or moderate.
I'm not sure if we can do that. I mean, it's interesting to talk about it.
It is fascinating. It is quite fascinating.
It's just like the Sun Community, those affordable units. We have somebody who works right here at the park paying $1,500. Somebody else works at a marina. They're probably making less money, but it's stipulated by the village. Sun doesn't have anything to do with it. But the same unit that she's paying $1,500, somebody else is paying $800, and it's our, you know, rules. But like Mark just said, I'm not sure.
Well, and you know what? That's why we need more information. It's why we have staff who could provide this and who should provide it. It's a conversation we should be having, right?
I'm interested to talk about it some more. There's a lot of these are some big projects on here, and you know that's going to be a big change somewhere. So certainly it's a good idea. I'm not going to flex on the 8 for Coral Bay. I want that to go through.
I just want to be clear. This does not have to, because it does not have to do with Coral Bay. That guy is going to.
Okay, all right.
Let me ask Rob something. Rob, can we put this on the agenda in May to where we can discuss this instead of right this moment?
Well, it's an agenda item, just to be clear. This is why we're having the discussion.
Right, it was, and we moved it, yeah.
Well,
but that's
I mean,
okay.
it's on our agenda, so
Right.
this is an appropriate time to give direction for it's why we're here. And additionally, let's not forget the beneficial use issue, because we aren't holding, these are a limited number of affordable allocations, and we're not holding any for our town.
Why don't we direct the staff to find out what we can, like Mark was saying, can and cannot control? If it's state mandated.
Well, I think they probably know right now.
I don't know if they do or not.
Hello?
Well, they can tell us where we can tweak this if we want to. I'm fine with that. And I would
give us more to work with than just us deciding.
I want to explore more the first thing you spoke about, which was the beneficial use thing. And I will tell you what, I did attend that event that Jennifer mentioned, and I couldn't believe my ears when I heard the county attorney telling us what that was for. If I interpreted it right, and Jennifer was there and Rob was there, please straighten me out. But their intention is to set aside some of these workforce units or affordable units. I'm not sure which. Maybe I'm confused. But whatever it is, if they get sued and they have to give out a permit, they're going to literally use one of those.
Can you do that?
I don't know.
You can do it because the county is doing it, and we should consider that.
Well, I'm willing to consider that. I think that's a pretty good strategy on the county attorney's part. He's a very smart guy, and that's one of the best legal departments I've ever had to deal with as a lawyer. They're very, very good, but I would like to, like they say, trust but verify. I want our lawyers to look at that too.
Why can't we give direction to find out if we can, because I understand what you're saying, we're already almost halfway gone with, if we follow the way.
Before we give them all away,
go. So
let's figure out what other options we have. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and so we should be aware. I know I've spent a lot. I appreciate whatever you're laughing at. I don't know. I'm glad I'm bringing joy to this meeting. I've had the pleasure of serving on our Affordable Housing Committee for many, well, maybe it wasn't many, it felt like many years. And so we've had a lot of these conversations, and they never get off the ground because no one is really either committed to affordable housing, or it's just hard to make things happen. But look at us right now having this conversation, right? We could say, Jennifer, bring back an early out policy for us because it makes sense. And additionally, let's talk about an early out, a beneficial use policy. Additionally, we should be thinking about projects that may come to our town in the future where we could be giving direction to say, with these allocations that we hold back, to say, hey, you know what? We actually do want to purchase a piece of property and potentially use 70 allocations to build actual affordable housing where people can actually live. Unless we don't want that, in which case, let's just move on to the next tab. And that's fine. But what an opportunity we have here with these 300 units and all of us having this very public conversation. And additionally, you might notice some interesting pieces that come from the Monroe County, which we could direct Jennifer to look at closely, that come from the county code when they deal with affordable housing, like minimum space requirements. So you can't take a transient unit and that we're dealing with here with the 4 applications that are in, and put them into an affordable house that is under 500 square feet. Like, why can't we? We should be looking at these details.
When Pritam Singh built on just north of 7 Mile Bridge, it's Isla Bella County, he had to build 30 workforce housing on that property.
Right. And interestingly about that, there are some real restrictions about, like, he can't build 300 square foot units and call them affordable housing. I mean, there's some quality of life issues that the county has really dug into, which we could very easily copy. And if we want to give that direction, or again, if we don't, that's okay, let's just move on to the next tab.
I think we've all sort of voiced it, yet, yes, let's see what we can and can't do. That's why I'm laughing, because I know what you're saying. I think we all agree that we should have, though, more information. Right now, we don't know what we can control. We don't know anything about legal
State
size.
laws.
Yeah, so let's give direction to find that out before, and not give out anymore until we know more information. And I think it's smart to set some aside, and I think it's smart to looking into what you're into, but we need to first find out what our parameters are. Is that a good way to say it?
And it's not a secret. We're just asking for it to be presented. There's some urgency
Yes.
around this, so perhaps at the next meeting,
That's what I
is
was
that
thinking.
a possibility? I don't know. They're not listening.
Well, when we get focused here, they're figuring it out. Let's not get in their way.
I'm just talking timeline.
Yes.
And the urgency would be that we have 300 units and 120 have been,
Stop giving them out then.
Well,
That's,
Oh, we hadn't given any.
well, you know what I mean.
I would ask the legal staff department and planning department, Jennifer, you were there, you heard it like I did. If what they said about the beneficial use ones is true, where they are effectively converting a workforce allocation into a claim satisfying market rate permit, I want to see how that magic trick works. Yeah. And then if that is legal, kosher, cool, groovy, whatever you want to call it, then we need to have a discussion. How many of those do we want to set aside, which unfortunately sacrifices an affordable opportunity?
But that segues into a conversation. So that beneficial use tool is being used as a stopgap to see what the state will allow. And that's coming up. We're going to know pretty soon. Like by the end of this year, I think we're going to know how many market rate allocations we'll get. So then we'll still have those units. And wouldn't it be great if we kept those for village-directed projects anyway? That would, again...
Well, we may want to have some for village employee housing.
Yeah, exactly. So do you... Yeah.
I just want to follow up on Mr. Gregg's comment about the beneficial use that they talked about at the county. My recollection is similar to that, but that they were putting theirs in a pool and converting existing regular affordables to early outs.
Right.
And then using those for potential takings cases and then converting those, not converting the early out affordables.
Yeah, there was some kind of an interesting thing.
Yeah, so because I don't think we'd be able to convert the early outs at
They were
all.
converting an affordable as distinct from a workforce 300, yeah.
Correct.
Okay, well, we'll see if that's something that works for us or not.
Okay, all right, so are we ready to move on to the next tab? Jennifer,
I have a question about when we're going to see this come back and what level of urgency we want to...
Rob, go ahead.
Well, we're trying to see what we can handle for either May or June, and it depends on the scope of what we want to cover initially. What I'm hearing is beneficial use is an important one. It's something we want to jump on much sooner than later. And then I'm hearing a lot of other dimensions of affordable housing that may take a little bit longer to compile. So my question to the council is, how much do you want right off the bat? If I can get something on the agenda for May, would beneficial use in and of itself and a recommendation satisfy you with a commitment to come back on the balance? Or do we need to be more robust than that? And if so, which specific dimensions of it? And that will help us determine, is it May or June, to have that entire conversation if that's the expectation. So just clarifying expectations, beneficial use I see easy for May.
Okay.
What we stack on top of it then helps me determine May or June.
So I think it's pretty easy to look at the county code and bring it forward and summarize. I mean, we don't need to reinvent the wheel here.
We're piling a lot on the staff. I'm
Yeah, but they're
nervous
super
about
competent.
Yeah, but there's only a few of them.
All right, so Rob, just are we all in agreement that they can bring back what in May, what we're talking about, what you just described, and then we go from there. If there's something deeper, then we can ask for it then.
At a minimum, we'll have beneficial use, and we may have a comparison of the county code and what elements may be attractive to us here, and then we'll keep building on the conversation from there. Is that satisfactory, everyone?
I would be satisfied with that. That's delivering a lot.
So, because again, right now, we have 125 proposed units, and we got an entire month. Is there a way to stop the review process between now and then? Because
people have the right to apply. So if they want to apply for affordable housing BPAS, they have the right, and they have to comply with all the requirements for it. But there's not a way short of a moratorium to
interesting.
To stop it completely.
Okay. All right. So Rob, I guess the way we're going to leave it is that you bring this back in May and we go from there. All right.
One additional thing, since we all are sitting here, hey, you know what? We don't have these, I'm not talking to you guys outside of this meeting, and this is, well, let me ask you, is this an important issue for you, affordable housing? Because if it isn't, I'll drop it. If it's important, I have another question.
It's very important, but we have other people,
Yes, we do.
tabs that are sitting here waiting since 5:30 that we need to move on, Elizabeth, and let them bring this back, and then we go from there. It is a very important issue.
So we just got done talking about understanding, restricting affordable the early out allocations. Does that mean we want to see a moratorium in May so that we can actually address that, or do we not have that kind of urgency? Because what can very easily happen is that...
I don't think we can put a moratorium.
You can absolutely, because that's what we do.
I could see a conversation on that, but I would like it to occur after they bring back what they're going to bring back.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so let's move on to tab C, please, under resolutions. Jennifer, or John. Is that the right one? We're on C?
Yep, it's tab C is a resolution. It's a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village, Village, Florida, approving residential building permit allocation system rankings and awarding affordable residential building permit allocations for Q4 of 2023 and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Council. As you may recall, this item was before the Council at its meeting on March 14th, 2023. It was tabled at that time for the discussion regarding fronting on US 1. This is the Q4 issuance of 2 affordable allocations for the property, for the parcel ID number 004-11890-000000. The proposed construction requires 2 affordable allocations. And I'll let John speak to the disposition.
I think what Jennifer's alluding to is obviously this turns on the fronting issue on US 1. The eligibility of this lot is dependent upon it, under its zoning category, is dependent upon it fronting US 1.
So what are you saying with that, John?
That it is eligible for affordable housing if it fronts US 1, this parcel. If it does not front US 1, then it would not be eligible under the zoning category.
I don't want to go through the brain damage of another conversation about this. I'm going to make a couple statements, and then you can do as you see best, and I'm confident you will. I would just make a statement that I did my very best to comply with what the regulations required. I started this back in, I don't know, 2019, I believe. It was well before I was on the council. I have 2 different planning directors who have agreed with my interpretation of this, and that was based upon an interpretation of the prior council as a part of a decision on an appeal. So I'm just repeating what you already know, but in a different order. So all I want to know is, what did I do wrong? I followed the rules. I paid all the fees. I followed every procedure that I could possibly find. And because I sit on the council, I did it as publicly and as openly as I possibly could, so that no one could make an argument that I was trying to take advantage of my position here for a special favor or privilege or anything else. And I guess the result is going to be, well, it's to the contrary. So that's okay. But you asked the question a little earlier, and I didn't answer it. Do you really want to do something about affordable housing? Well, I think you know what my answer is on that. And this is the opportunity to do that. I think that this is interpretive, and it reminded me, I have an English degree, and I studied Shakespeare, and you'll remember the play Hamlet. And Hamlet is discussing with 2 guys about whether it's good or not to live in Denmark. You know, setting was in Denmark, and they were going back and forth. And there's a famous quote from that, and it says, and Hamlet said, "Nothing is either good or bad, only thinking makes it so." And that applies here tonight. If you think this is wrong and you don't like it, it is so, and I understand that. But you have the option to do the other. And I've done everything that I know how to make this the other, and the council before you agreed with the other, as did 2 planning directors. And that's the end of my remarks.
Okay, I guess I get to start. I would like to ask you that, since we just decided that fronting was going to be not on the old road, how do you think if we approved you, that would make the 4 of us look like? It would make us look like the Bubba system, which I can't stand. And so that's sort of giving you a special favor. If we decided fronting is US 1, not the old road, you would be the exception. And now I have a problem with that.
Well, I respond to that by saying the council before you
I don't care.
was asked the same question, and they decided it in my favor.
Well,
and if you think because I sit here and you're fearful, and I understand your fear, I had an election about that, but if you think that that makes us look like we're doing the Bubba system, every time a council member asks for something that requires approval by the council, I guess the new policy is we should deny that.
No,
For fear.
I'm not saying that, but
That's what it sounds
we
like.
just decided that frontage meant the US 1. So now we're ignoring what we just decided. Am I not seeing this right?
Well, you're also ignoring what the prior council and two planning
I don't care because I don't agree with what the prior council did.
Well, that's
So
fine.
that doesn't mean we have to follow them, though.
It doesn't.
Okay, well then I'm done. Let somebody else talk.
So let's with that being said, let's open public comment if there is anybody for public comment, Marnie.
Yes, Susan Raffanello and Deb Gillis. I'm sorry? No. Sorry.
I forgot to mention that I'm not voting on this because it's my thing, and I have a conflict form. I've already turned one in at the last meeting when this was on the agenda, and because it was continued, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to turn in another one, but I have it and I'm going to do that. So I just wanted to say that as a reminder. I'm not voting on this one.
Okay, thank you.
And Deb Gillis.
And just to answer that, you don't have to turn in another one if you've already turned one in. The only requirements are within 50.
Marnie said I did, right? Yep, okay. All right, very good. Thank you.
Deb Gillis, Alamorada. I'm not sure I'm really talking about this particular item, but it's affordable in general, and it's deep in my heart, as you were saying. In the prior conversation, I heard somebody said, and I'm going to paraphrase it because we hear it quite frequently, actually, is not in my backyard. What will that do in my backyard? The people that I know that live in affordable housing, and I manage an affordable housing project, work very hard, and they're very good people. And I would be privileged to have them live next to me. And to say that, oh, well, that's just going to destroy my value or my neighborhood is ridiculous. So I don't know how that ties into this conversation as much as the previous conversation, but you didn't have public comment on the previous, but it's all affordable, so I've said my piece. Thank you.
Van?
I mentioned this earlier, and I was basically shuffled off, but when I said apples and oranges is what I meant. Because the old road is from the county given to us at incorporation. So the village owns the old road, which is entirely different from a federal highway, which is US 1. US 1, the federal highway, is the standard by which we chose to allow affordable housing. So something which fronts, quote unquote, on US 1 is not the same thing as something that fronts on the old road 4A, whatever you want to call it. So there should be no question about the interpretation. And I agree with Councilwoman Mahoney that it was an error that they overrode the planning director's interpretation of Mr. Gregg's situation and granted him the appeal, because it's very obvious to anyone who wants to walk down to US 1 what fronts on US 1. If you don't have it right up next to US 1 in where the right-of-way is, then it's not eligible for affordable housing. And so to say anything other than that is flapping your gums. It's useless conversation. We've tried to interpret this so many other ways. It doesn't need interpretation. It just needs common sense to look at the situation and say it does not front on US 1. And US 1 is a federal highway, apples, and the old road is owned by the village from Monroe County when we incorporated, oranges. So where's the problem? Thank you.
Marnie, any other public comment?
No.
Okay, public comments closed. Council? Henry, any discussion?
Well, I spoke about this at the last meeting, and the question was, is the frontage, is it appropriate for what you want to do? It's a single-family residence. And to me, the guideline that the state adheres to in many instances, and one was, as I referenced, was liquor licenses cannot travel over the old road. We've gone through this at Key Largo Hotel many years ago. We went through it at Sunset Inn many years ago. I was there for both of them. And the state withheld the fact that you can't travel over the old road. Very simple. I spoke to the beverage department before the meeting, just to update myself on this, and they agreed that it is still the case in that particular instance. The old road just doesn't allow you to travel across it unless you own it. And the applicant doesn't own it. So I suspect you know where I'm going. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, I'll say. I mean, Mark, one thing that I have an issue with, I came to the meeting when Chris was on council and Deb was on council, and it wasn't they voted that it wasn't a duplex, and today it's a duplex. I mean, you and I have talked about this many times, and that's where I don't understand I mean, and I've lived there since 1961 in that house that's behind you. And my question is, how is it a duplex? There were 3 votes that night that said it wasn't a duplex on council.
I don't think the issue of a duplex is up tonight, but if you want to talk about that.
No, I mean, it was up at the last time, okay? It was.
Well, it's a little different issue tonight. I'm not trying to argue with you, but I want to be clear. I'm not asking you to determine that the existing building is a duplex. Right. That battle has already occurred. I'm asking the council for an allocation to put a duplex there, which would convert the existing structure from whatever it is. I say it's a duplex. You say it's not, but that becomes irrelevant and a moot point if this is passed. If it's not, then it stays as it is.
Okay. And what happens to the market rate that's there, that you have now?
I don't know. I guess it just kind of lingers in the air until it gets transferred.
So it does get transferred. I mean,
it could. I don't have any plans for that.
Okay. I don't have anything else. Elizabeth, you or Sharon, the vice mayor?
I'll let you know if I have something.
Okay. Well, I mean, we've already had public comment. I mean, I'm going to ask, do we have a motion or what? Do we have a motion or a second? I'm asking for a motion. Do we have a motion on it? Anybody want to make? Okay, does anybody want to make a motion? Okay, a motion. Are we going to approve this or are we going to not make? I'm looking for a motion. Henry, you. No, it doesn't have to be to approve. It can be either way. Let's move on.
I'll make a motion to deny.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second it. Oh, boy.
All right. We have a motion on the motion and a second, Marnie, to deny. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin.
Yes.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
Mr. Mayor, there was a request for a restroom break.
Okay, for a break, okay. All right, we're gonna take is it okay, a 5-minute break, guys? Okay. Okay, all right. Order. Thank you guys for your patience. It's freezing in here. Okay, so we are on tab
D.
D?
Yep.
Okay. All right, John.
It's tab D is an ordinance on second reading. It's an ordinance of Isla Mirada Village of Islands, Florida, amending Chapter 30, Land Development Regulations, Article 4, Administrative Procedures, Division 2, Development Review Process, Section 30-212 of the Village Code, to create a review for the imposition of certain conditions, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the State Department of Commerce, and providing for an effective date upon the approval of this ordinance by the State Department of Commerce. As you all might recall, this provides for a process for council to consider certain, what I would call exaction challenges to any conditions that might be placed on an development by the planning director before it gets to the point of litigation, and this would set forth the process to do that. I don't know if you want me to go into any more detail as this is second reading, but I can go into as much detail as you all would like.
Council, anybody need any more? Okay, all right. Public comment is now open. Marnie, you have any speakers?
Let me double check on Zoom, but I do not believe so. No, sir.
No? Okay, public comments closed. Council, if we're not having any discussion, is there a motion?
I move to deny.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
Can we discuss?
Sure.
I think we have to have a second.
Yeah, you got to, with the motion pending, you've got to deal with that.
I just want to know why that, so I'll second it for discussion purposes.
Sure.
I'm curious why you would like to deny.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the question. So, in this analysis, the explanation is that under this proposed language, the village council would serve as the final arbiter of any challenge. And I have, on occasion, noticed that with this group and with, other councils, that sometimes our decisions are become personal in nature, and I don't want a final decision to be left to the village council, because occasionally we make arbitrary decisions, unintentionally, I'm sure. So that's it.
May I ask John some questions? My understanding that the purpose for this amendment was to provide us with additional protection, and this is the mechanism to do that with, and I believe it has to do with the exhaustion of administrative remedies, maybe? Is that kind of where this is oriented?
Yeah, that's correct. This was written and designed to be an additional protection for the village, as well as it would flesh out and get additional information from any challenger or potential challenger to a condition. And it would, basically give the village an additional bite of the apple before it gets to, if it were to get to the litigation stage, before it gets there. So in an attempt to potentially avoid the expense and resources that come along with litigation.
That's my understanding. Is it's a second opportunity. Well, I shouldn't say a second, but it's a final opportunity to engage with the person who's unhappy with us to work out something, and it requires a little extra step. I'm in favor of that. I mean, I was a mediator. I believe in talking to resolve things, so I would like to go forward with it. If it's appropriate, I would withdraw my second on the motion.
Just one other comment. I mean, what concerns me here is that this language is disregarding the fact that we do have a process that we follow. We have a code that is set up to be fair. We have good legal counsel, I'm surprised that we need a window into the potential, a window into how someone is going to to sue us, so to speak. And what this allows is that it just allows for the potential for a partial as opposed to an impartial judgment, because this group changes and occasionally, and we make decisions that aren't as arbitrary.
That are inconsistent?
Yeah, thank you. I was struggling for that word.
Funny, I thought of that just a few minutes ago.
I bet you did. And so this is, and additionally, and maybe John, you can speak to this. Why is this just? It's for the applicant, but for example, if something is, if there's a scenario that where you might have the applicant is allowed to move forward with their project, and then the community wants to sue that person, but there's not really, it doesn't seem like this gives that opportunity to anyone who's affected by that applicant.
This would not take away any rights of an affected property owner if they do have the right to bring suit. This is directed strictly to exaction claims, which is a claim that you have forced something upon them, or you have exacted something, a concession from them that they should not legally be required to provide or to give. So this process is a narrow process. Just yes, there would not be an exaction claim by a neighbor because they're not being forced to pay what somebody might argue as an illegal fee. But yeah, your neighbors would still have the process to bring suit if they qualify, if they have standing, and if they have a legal basis to do so. Just like an applicant, if they have standing and a legal basis to do so, would have that ability. This, as Councilman Gregg alluded to, there's a concept in Florida law called the exhaustion of administrative remedies. So if there is a remedy that is available to somebody through the administrative government process, they could not then go in and bring suit until they actually go through that process. This is another process that they would have to go through, and I think it's really designed to provide additional protections to the village. I understand the concerns that a council, may or may not do something that is inconsistent, but the reality is that still exists whether this is here or not, because if somebody brings suit, there is always the potential to settle something, and any settlement, unless it is a monetary settlement that falls within the authority of the manager, would need to be approved by the village council. So that concern would still exist, or could still exist, with or without this potential change.
Anyway, I would just stand with the fact that this is an inconsistent group, and it has been historically, and I'm not going for it. But thank you for attempting to make me understand that. Yeah.
Okay, since Mark withdrew his second,
I think you need to deal with the motion because it was a motion and a second. So I think you do need to deal with it with an up or down vote.
Okay, but if Mark removed his.
I didn't remove. I can't remove it.
You can't? Okay.
No, I didn't think so.
All right. So
if there's further discussion, you can have it. If there's no further discussion, you can have a vote, and if it passes, then it will fail, or this item will be defeated.
Okay. All right, Marnie, we have a motion and a second. Can you? And this is to deny, right? Okay. Okay, Marnie, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin?
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
With due respect to the motion, no.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
No.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
No.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
No.
Okay, that motion fails 1-4.
Move to approve.
I hear a second.
So moved.
All right, got a motion and a second. Marnie, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin?
Nope.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
That motion passes 4-1.
Okay, so we've already done E and F, John, so we're going on to G.
Yep, and so I'll read I'll go through the quasi-judicial discussion again. That way, anybody who is here for tabs G, H, or I can be sworn in. Again, we are in quasi-judicial section. The remaining ones are tabs G, H, and I. Please be advised that the following agenda items are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon these items, please inform the village clerk by filling out the available sign-up form. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. As a reminder, testimony in quasi-judicial items must be in person. Zoom testimony is not permitted. These proceedings will be handled in accordance with the village code requirements. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be either cross-examined or sworn, your testimony shall be disregarded. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record, along with the village code and comprehensive plan. Any correspondence that was received by the village staff is included in the file and part of the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures in section 30-256 of the village code will be obtained from the village clerk. There are remaining 3 items, again, G, H, and I. At this time, I'd ask anyone who intends to speak on the quasi-judicial items, G, H, or I, to please raise your hand and be sworn in by the clerk if you intend to speak.
In the matter about which you are to give testimony, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. The witnesses have been sworn.
And counsel, G and H are companions, like we dealt with the church item. So before I read the captions, I wanted to see if the council would like to take those together, and then obviously confirm with the applicant their consent to that as well.
I don't have a problem with taking them together. Any other council?
No problem.
Okay.
An applicant, okay with that? Okay. So those items are tab G, an ordinance of Isla Mirada Village of Islands, Florida, considering the request of Sharon Mahoney on behalf of HVS 82 Investments LLC to amend the village's future land use map from residential conservation RC to mixed use MU for the subject property located on Plantation Key with real estate number 004158400-00000 as legally described herein, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the State Department of Commerce and providing for an effective date upon the approval of this ordinance by the State Department of Commerce. Tab H is an ordinance of Isla Mirada Village of Islands, Florida, considering the request of Sharon Mahoney on behalf of HVS 82 Investments LLC to amend the official zoning map from native residential NR to highway commercial HC for the subject property located on Plantation Key with real estate number 0415840-0000000 as legally described herein, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the State Department of Commerce and providing for an effective date upon the approval of this ordinance by the State Department of Commerce. Council, before we begin, would ask that you please disclose any ex parte communications that you may have had with the applicant or anyone else. And again, these are tabs G and H. And please include whether the person represented any group or entity, as well as the subject matter of that discussion, or those discussions.
No one from me other than staff.
Sue Miller.
I have talked to Sharon about this quite a while ago. I actually got a thing from the county about what the zoning used to be before the village came into existence, before Sharon was ever on council, so I'll say that, and I have talked to staff.
I was just going to confirm it. I was going to ask you to confirm that discussion.
Yeah. I called Emily at the county to get that whole strip of land, and I also know that the one that Miss Raffanello owns, Joe Michaelis's, the village has that because I actually looked at it myself in 2020 when her sister and her both called me about it. And because his application was turned in 2007, and it was changed from what it was to the commercial that it is today, highway commercial. I believe that's what it was. And that's it. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, you don't have to disclose.
Hey, I forgot about Luann because I get a haircut with Luann. So Luann did talk to me about it too. So, all right.
Okay, we are ready to proceed.
Okay, Jennifer?
I have to recuse myself, correct?
Correct, yeah, and that was also why you didn't have to disclose ex parte
That's why I
communications,
didn't.
because you're not voting.
That's why I didn't.
Excuse me. Thank you, Council. Again, Jennifer DeBobrian, Planning Director for the Village of Isla Mirada. I'm here this evening for the applicant application, the applicant HVS82 Investments LLC. They've submitted a future land use map FLUM amendment from residential conservation to mixed use, as well as a zoning map amendment from native residential to highway commercial. The subject property is located at 88755 Old Highway. It's comprised of 12,000 square feet. The property is developed with an existing commercial greenhouse. The subject parcel is located in Plantation Key. The owner previously received an approval from Monroe County prior to the village incorporation to construct a greenhouse to support the their flower shop. Upon village incorporation, the property was zoned native residential. This made the greenhouse a pre-existing non-conforming use. The property does contain some habitat, and a preliminary review by the village's biologist determined that the remaining habitat could be considered high-quality hammock. However, the limit of clearing has already been established, and per the village code, no additional clearing will be allowed. The property is not recognized as habitat to any state or federal listed animal species. It is not within the state's conservation recreation lands boundary or critical habitat area. Pursuant to the village's GIS data and records, the parcel is defined as some hammock along the perimeter with no habitat on the central part of the parcel. The subject property currently has an existing residential conservation future land use designation. The surrounding properties to the south are designated residential conservation. To the north, the adjacent property is designated mixed use. The properties to the west across Overseas Highway are designated as public, semi-public services and mixed use, and to the east across the old road is residential low. The character of the subject property is an existing greenhouse surrounded by hammock, and the surrounding area is mixed use with a collection of commercial uses, institutional uses, and single-family residences. The subject property has an existing native residential zoning district designation. The adjacent properties to the south are designated native residential. To the north, the adjacent property is designated as highway commercial. The properties to the west across Overseas Highway are designated as public, semi-public services and highway commercial, and to the east across the old road is residential estate. The character of the subject property, again, is the existing greenhouse surrounded by hammock, and the existing area is mixed use, again, with a collective of commercial uses, institutional uses, and single-family residences. This item was heard by the LPA at its March 11th meeting and voted to recommend approval, and I believe this one was 6-2, but I'm sure Deb will correct me. The proposed FLUM amendment from residential commercial to mixed use in conjunction with the companion application for zoning amendment to native residential, from native residential to highway commercial, would allow the applicant owner to legally continue to use the commercial use on the legally continue a commercial use on the property. Areas designated mixed use on the future land use map recognize the prevalent and historical mixed use pattern of the development in the village. The mixed use designation shall accommodate a mix of commercial and residential uses, which may be located in the same building, limited public and semi-public uses, recreational facilities, schools, marinas, tourist-oriented facilities, and supportive community facilities ancillary to the permitted uses pursuant to the standards in the comprehensive plan and land development regulations. Again, your council communication has impact and policy analysis, including the density analysis, the impact on public facilities, and the comprehensive plan objectives. It is also outlines the compatibility with the principles for guiding development for the Florida Keys Area of State or Critical Concern designation, and the procedures for amendments to the zoning map pursuant to Section 30-411D4B of the Code of Ordinances. The Village Council must find that the application is consistent with the comprehensive plan, that the applicant has complied with all procedural requirements of this section, and that the maintenance of the existing zoning on the property does not accomplish a legitimate public purpose. The Village Council shall make the determination on the finding of legitimate public purpose based on one or more of the following factors. Demand for the proposed zoning district in the village is in relation to the amount of land currently zoned and available to accommodate that demand. Pursuant to the village's GIS data and records, there are approximately 538 parcels that are designated within the Highway Commercial District, which represents approximately 7.56% of the total 7,108 total parcels within Isla Mirada. Of the 538 parcels within Highway Commercial District, 85% of the parcels are vacant, which equals approximately 15.79% of the total parcels. Number two, compatibility of the site's physical, geological, hydrological, and other environmental features with the use permitted in the proposed zoning designation. The site is currently developed and has been used as a commercial use for many years. These uses are compatible with the proposed zoning district. Data errors, including errors in mapping, vegetative sites, and natural features described in the comprehensive plan. There's no evidence that there are any errors in the village's GIS data records or other resources. The applicant owner argues that the village did not provide individual notice regarding the zoning change upon incorporation. The village was not required to provide individual notice, but a search of village records did find that several public meetings were held regarding this topic, and several informational sessions were also held at the time of incorporation. New issues. The village has accepted 300 additional affordable housing units. According to the Department of Commerce, there is an additional need for commercial space in conjunction with these units. Number 5, recognition of the need for additional detail or comprehensiveness. At this time, there is no need for additional detail because there is no proposed changes to the subject property. And number 6, compatibility of the proposed district with the property surrounding the site as requested rezoning and any applicable neighborhood or redevelopment plan. And as previously indicated, the subject property currently has an existing native residential zoning district. The adjacent properties to the south are native residential, to the north, highway commercial, and the properties to the west across overseas are designated public, semi-public services, highway commercial, and to the east across Old Road is a residential estate. At this time, staff has reviewed the request for the future land use map amendment and the official zoning map amendment, and determined that the requests meet the criteria, and therefore staff recommends approval of both items. I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Council, any questions for Jennifer?
I have some discussion, but I'll like to do that after the testimony from the witnesses.
Henry, you got anything?
Not at this moment.
Okay, Elizabeth? Okay. All right, so we can hear public comment then. Those that are in favor first?
The applicant is able to make a presentation, and then we'll get into the public testimony for those in favor.
Can I do it at the end? Or do I have to do it now?
Yeah, it's set up now, but the applicant is entitled to a rebuttal at the end as well, though, yes. But before it gets turned over to council discussion.
Well, the only thing I'd like to say is maybe correct some things that aren't correct in this town what have been said. I really like the story that my dad won it from Henry in a poker game. I love that story in 1960-something.
Absolutely true.
There you go. And it was something like that. Yeah. He must have had a good hand. But I bought it from my father for $10 in 1990, and I wanted to build a commercial building to go with my business I own in Alamorada, which is the Enchanted Florist. There's not really much to say besides the fact that I pulled all my commercial permits, and I have them all, and Jennifer has copies of them. My commercial electric, handicap parking, handicap bathroom, pay commercial taxes, pay commercial insurance, which I'm still doing as of today. I was never notified by anyone of a rezoning, nothing. I found out in 2017. Mangrove Mike actually called me, who was a dear friend of mine. Love you, Mike. And he called me and said, "You've been rezoned." I said, "What?" And at that time, Ty Harris was the planning director. Seth Lawless was our manager, and Roger was our attorney. Mangrove and I came in and sat with everybody, and Roger came out and said, "Yeah, you are grandfathered in, and we're going to change you back to commercial." But there's other people who also were rezoned, so can you wait 6 months until we get with everybody and we're going to do one rezoning, it'll be cheaper? I said yes. Within those 6 months, Seth left, Ty left, COVID hit, Mangrove Mike passed away, and there was nobody left that I had met with, so I had to start all over. And when I hear people say that, what'd you wait so long for? I had no clue. Who looks in the back of a newspaper to see if you've been rezoned? I had no clue until Mangrove called me. I have been working on this, and I'm sure there's people in this village who can say, I've asked repeatedly about trying to get my zoning back since for the last, is going on 6 years now. So I didn't just start this when I got on council. And I don't care if I sit on council or sit on the moon, what's right is right. And I built a commercial building. And the rumor that, and Luann, you were very polite to me, and I appreciate it, and we had a good conversation. I never had US 1 access, never. I wanted it when I started building it, and they said because Joe Michaelis had it, and there was a turnoff on the other side that they were not going to do 3 turnoffs, and all they would give me is old road access. So I took it. And yes, it's true, in 2007, Mr. Michaelis applied to get his zoning back, and he got it. And I watched the LPA meeting. Actually, I sat in the audience, which is a really weird place to be to watch this. And Susan Raffanello said that if the zoning wasn't changed when she bought the building, she would have fought against it. Well, that didn't happen, and you have the benefits of being commercial, and I don't. But my property abuts up to yours. And the rumor also about Michael Murphy and I merging our land and building a strip mall. Are you kidding me? I don't want to do anything like that. All I really want to do is put a roof on it, brick up the sides, and rent it to, I don't know, maybe another lawyer or maybe an accountant, something low impact. I have no desire, I cannot, and I know Daniel's out there, and I don't know if he's sitting out here because of this thing, but I cannot touch any of the hammock, and I cannot change the size of the building. It's a done deal, and I'm sure Jennifer will attest to that. So I guess I'm one of the first sins of the village included, along with Island Christian, Sojin, and several other people who, this is unfair. And I'm not asking for something that I don't think anyone could say I don't deserve. So I'm done.
Okay, thank you. We want to go to public comment now, John. Are we okay with that?
Yeah, it would be public testimony for those in favor of the application first, and then those opposed go second under our rules.
And just so the public knows, this was built, Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe, because I saw the permits that her daddy pulled from Monroe County. This was all built with, because I think Pat Dunn built it, but it was all built before the village came into existence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, that's all. Just wanted the public to know that. Okay, all right, so do we have anybody that wants to speak in favor?
Yes.
All right, Marnie?
Ty Harris, Van Cadenhead, Deb Gillis, and Tony Hammond.
Thank you. Ty Harris, 110 Plantation Shores Drive. I won't give you the fire and brimstone speech that I gave earlier, but it still applies. The same fundamental ideas of fairness and restoring people's property rights applied to the church, applies to this application and any application that comes before. This has a clear history of being commercial, has a commercial building. It was zoned commercially originally, and even when the county came in and rezoned it, they made it suburban residential, which, guess what? Still allows offices. So it's always had a thread of being able to be used as an office, some modest commercial space. It's no different. It should have been rezoned when Michaelis did his in 2007, and we wouldn't be here going through this. But nobody knew. You heard the testimony of the applicant that she didn't even know it had been rezoned, which is a common theme that you're going to hear from a lot of people that are dealing with this. So the fact that it cannot be cleared any more than has already been cleared means that it really only has the type of uses that Ms. Mahoney already expressed, which is a very modest office for a professional, because you only have 3 parking places. So there's not a lot that's going to fit in. And when I hear things that it would be a microbrewery and things like that, I'll just end with this. There's something called Occam's razor. I don't know who all knows what Occam's razor is, but Occam's razor is a theory which is that when given many possibilities, take the possibility that has the least amount of assumptions, and that's typically the one that's right. So when you hear it could be a microbrewery or a strip mall, how many things would have to happen? How many assumptions would have to be made to get to that result? When the clear and obvious answer is before you, because by putting a roof on and walling up one wall, you have an office building. That's one assumption. What are all the steps it would take for the other? And with that, again, I urge you, staff is recommending approval to approve this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Marnie.
Next is Van Cadenhead.
To follow behind Esquire in correcting the original sin, I would urge you to pass both of these items because she was done wrong and was not even aware that she had been done wrong. And it's just a retroactive fix to something that was done with the first council without the knowledge of most of the people. And I think the Island Community Church is a good precedent, the beginning of a long string of these kinds of decisions you're going to have to make. And I would hope that you would make this in favor of Ms. Mahoney. And, Henry, I'm sorry you lost the hand. But, please vote for this. Thank you.
Marnie, who's next? Up, Coach Hammond.
Well, Tony Hammond, 246 Jasmine Street, Plantation Key. I sit on the LPA, and we did have this issue brought before us. And the thing that tipped the scales for me, this is my measuring rod. When I begin to hear quality, high-quality hammock, hardwood hammock, undisturbed hammock, red flags go up. But when I heard that this piece of property was restricted to what was there as it existed, then that tipped the scale for me to vote yes. And that's going to be my measuring rod because I believe there has to be a balance, as was mentioned earlier tonight, between our environmental concerns and the rights of property owners. And balancing those two is a tough issue, as you guys have to fight at every council meeting. But the thing that made me vote yes for this was that particular issue, the fact that nothing else can be done to that hammock. You know that we voted no on a piece of property adjacent to that because it was a hardwood hammock and it would require significant removal of trees, and that was something I didn't think we should do. So I encourage you to vote for this as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin, anybody else in favor?
Deb Gillis.
Is Deb here?
Here.
Okay, she must be gone. Okay. All right, so how about oppose?
I'm not sure of Ms. Raffanello's position as it's not stated here, but she did want to speak on this item. And Luann Bushland will also be speaking up, opposed.
Susan Raffanello. As has been alluded to, my husband and I, through an LLC, owned building immediately neighboring Ms. Mahoney's property. And I just want to start by saying I hold Vice Mayor Mahoney in the absolute highest regard. I think she has been a great steward of this village for many years, and I think that she is doing what she believes is right. I disagree, because it is not about the person. I have said this repeatedly in the past and will continue to say this in every zoning or flume amendment issue. It is not about the person, it is about the property and whether or not the property meets the standard for having a flume amendment made to it or a zoning amendment made to it. And this property simply does not. We've heard the fire and brimstone from Mr. Harris with respect to the church, and that you are here, and I believe I quote, to right the wrong of the original sin. Frankly, the only person who can do that is God himself. We are here as a council, and you are here as a council to follow the code and to follow the comprehensive plan. And under those codes in Florida law, the staff report does not provide the analysis needed to support these amendments. The other thing that comment raises is this. In 2001, the village incorporated, and I've heard repeatedly, no notice was given, no notice was given. Well, guess what? Notice really isn't given for any flume amendments or a zoning amendment, just the posting on the property and a notice in the newspaper. So when comprehensive amendments such as this are done for the village at large, which should be done every 7 years and hasn't been done in 24 years, I've been asking for it to be done for many years now, so I'll get that plug in as well. We wouldn't be here today if that had been done, and it wasn't done. This isn't the original sin. There were workshops, there were a lot of notices given, and this was 24 years ago. I understand that Ms. Mahoney may not have known, and I don't question her veracity on that score. But at the same time, in 2011, a declaration of restrictive covenants was done, and that was longer than what, at that point in time, somebody's looking at the property and somebody's looking at the property hard. The other issue is this is not a situation of original sin because it was suburban residential since 1986, and it was rezoned in 1986 through Monroe County, not a coincidence, the year that the Keys became an area of statewide critical concern. So it became suburban residential. And what happened next was in 1996, her father, who owned the land at the time, received vested rights from the county, as well as a declaration of restrictive covenants for the use that the property could be made. And that was for a commercial greenhouse and a work area. What was not said anywhere in the staff report, which I think is critical, is that this use is not anywhere near what a highway commercial use would be. It's not even near what an office building would be. And the reason I say that is because there were no customers allowed on site and there were no retail sales allowed on site. That was the emphasis of the agreement reached with the county in 1996, approximately, math is bad, 30 years ago. In 2011, in what I understand to be a rebuild, and I could be incorrect on that, there was a declaration of restrictive covenants entered into, which you've seen on the board, to preserve the hammock of 60%. But it also did not change the use that was grandfathered in, which is legal. Grandfathering in is a legal use of the property. So when I hear the phrase legally continue the commercial use, it puts my hackles up because there's nothing illegal with respect to Ms. Mahoney having a commercial greenhouse on the property. That was grandfathered in by the city. That was what was negotiated for and passed in 1996, and that's the use it has continued to be. The other issue that has come up frequently when I speak is because I do own the building next door, which is highway commercial and was zoned highway commercial when I bought it, and I bought it as such. Joe Michaelis did apply for and receive a highway commercial designation in 2006. The difference being there is that building had always been, in the footprint it is now, for the use it is now, and existing as an office building. It wasn't a negotiated use with the county to have a greenhouse or a commercial greenhouse in whatever area it is. It was the existing use for years, and it did front US 1. So here we're having an old highway address seeking to change from a negotiated use to a highway commercial use and jump over the various zoning steps.
Susan, can we wrap it up, please?
We're in a quasi-judicial proceeding.
Yeah, but we just discovered Tuesday night that, John, we only allow, Elizabeth, you brought it up 3 minutes, but it's been going 4 minutes already, so.
Well, I was told for quasi-judicial proceedings there was no time limitation, so I will wrap it up, but I've got a couple minutes. I'll be brief.
Yeah, just to be clear, our rules do have time limits for quasi-judicial as well. But
the other night. Okay.
The issues are twofold. The applicant seeks to restore commercial uses. It was zoned residential by the county, and the use was negotiated around not to be ancillary to a residential home, like an office building could be, or a greenhouse could be, an ancillary use to a residential area. It was negotiated to be a standalone property in 1996 by the county, provided no on-site sales or customer services occurred at the location. The restriction also states that no right of access by the general public to any portion of the property is conveyed by this restriction, and the development or uses alter or affect the open space are prohibited. That was also included in the 2011 resolution more than a decade ago. The other aspect of the application was that there was no change to be made. Frankly, if there was no change to be made, there was no purpose to change then the legal non-conforming use. And instead, for the first time here today, I've actually heard from Ms. Mahoney what she would like the use to be, which is a change. It is a change to a relatively modest use, but that's not, Ms. Mahoney's use of the property is not the concern. It's who's going to use the property after Ms. Mahoney. What uses will they put to it? Because while I trust in Ms. Mahoney's intent, I don't trust the next guy because I don't even know who they are. And most importantly, the staff report, when they went through and said we've analyzed all of the various criteria that are needed to make a flume amendment, if you read that analysis, what it says is it's not apparent. It's not apparent whether the public resources are going to be met or overtaxed. It is not apparent whether this factor militates in favor of a flume amendment or not. You can't base a changing zone or a flume amendment change on a don't know. Every single one of those criteria throughout the staff report says not apparent. And why is it not apparent? Is because they assumed there would be no change in the use of that building. But we now know there will be. There is a difference even between a greenhouse, which is unattended and no customer and no on-site sales are made, versus a highway commercial building, whether it's a retail boutique, whether it's an office building, whether it's a professional building with people. That's a difference of use. And so to say not apparent is an incorrect basis and cannot serve as a basis to make any flume amendment. Zoning changes, the same. We don't know what the traffic, the parking will do to the hammock. We haven't had any map errors, and there is 85 vacant parcels right now. The fact that this would be infilled, it's outside of Village Activity Center, which means it does not meet our comp plan amendments to infill. So there's no need. We have hardwood hammock. What we do know is we have hardwood hammock. What we don't know is what the use will ultimately be and what impact that use will have on not only the environment, but on our public infrastructure, because the staff report says it's not apparent. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Marnie?
Luann Bushlin.
Hello, my name is Luann Bushlin, and I am across the street neighbor to this property on a diagonal. And I've lived there for 30 years. And so that's my interest tonight, is that to ask for a zoning change when this property comes out onto the old highway, which is residential zoning. If this was being considered to be on the highway, I would have a lot less of a problem with this. But for a piece of property that can barely squeak out a designation as commercial, why would you distort a zoning for a neighborhood for a piece of property that is not worth it? It doesn't have any status. I don't know what words to use, but I mean, why don't you put a roof on it, Sharon, and call it a day? Why a zoning change? How would anyone like a zoning change come across the street for them, where it's dumping out onto the old highway, that corridor where everybody enjoys? I saw a buddy riding his bike yesterday. I mean, as it is, you can hardly be on that highway anymore with the impacts as they've changed in this community. So, and then the other two lots south of it were denied commercial mixed use in the last couple of years. But if you live there, you can't help but think those are going to turn too, and we're going to watch 300 feet, linear feet along that corridor go commercial. And who knows? The guy that has those two lots can sell to someone that has your lot, and they can combine it all, and it could become a Burger King. Who knows? I mean, the staff is saying no, it will never happen, but never say never. I mean, this is too naive to believe. But back to the zoning, you had BU1 zoning, light use business. It was taken away and made suburban residential, and with minor conditional use in 1986, and in 1996, you that's when you got your minor conditional use. So to keep saying that this is a commercial property and you lost a commercial opportunity, it's just simply not true. You know, I've never argued my zoning there, and then this whole idea to say that you've been paying commercial taxes, that's so fuzzy, because you could have been paying a very advantageous commercial tax for that because you were in a residential area. So those are just talking points to try to push an issue that you're taking away from a residential neighborhood. If you can't get it on the highway, then why are you trying to put it?
Luann, can you?
Yes, I can. I want to make this point that the state says with zoning, it's you can't impact the zoning that you're in, that you're affecting. That's very loose rules around it, but at least that's something for us. And it's impacting that zoning. Put it on the highway. I don't even know why. I don't know why a zoning like this would be considered for a little tiny piece of property that distorts and changes things immensely for the residents that live there. So, thank you for listening.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else, Marnie?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, public comment is now closed. Council, any discussion?
Just before the council gets to deliberations, the council can ask questions of staff and an applicant and participants, and then the staff and applicant have the chance to make final argument, and then we can get into, we formally get into deliberation.
Jennifer, you got anything else?
I do not.
Rob?
He wasn't sworn in.
No.
Okay. All right. Sharon, you want to have your rebuttal? Okay. Nothing you want to say? No. Okay. All right.
Who wants to go first? You want me to go first?
Why not?
I have a little bit of a lengthy thing, but there's some exhibits here that there's one of them up there, and I wanted each of you to have a copy in your hand in case you can't see things like me. And, I intend to vote to support this, but I have a few questions, and there's some answers I would like to have before we get there. I know more about this particular property than I probably should. I was involved with getting some approvals at the county when this was going through in the late 1990s, and I don't remember if I saw Sharon or her dad at one of these hearings for the county, but somehow I remember this. And I've seen some of these documents along the way, but I would agree with Tony and with Ty, who spoke that this was a property that was improperly rezoned. And having been a council member when that rezoning occurred, even though we may have done this in accordance with the law in effect at the time, it was very sneaky. There were lots of meetings, there were charrettes, there was all kinds of things. But I can tell you in a couple of cases, I attended those, and folks who were unhappy approached the staff. They requested it to be changed back. They said that they would, they did, and then a couple of iterations of that later, it got changed back. There was a lot of sleight of hand that occurred during that. So again, I think this is an opportunity for poetic justice to do what should have been done 20-something years ago. I don't know if it was Sharon or her dad who was the one that got the approvals up to the finish line, and then we incorporated, and then she had to transition over and continue the process with the village. But the hard work had been done. As you see on the screen, as a condition of the approval, a declaration of restrictive covenant was recorded. And I'll summarize what this document is about. It kind of like functions as a conservation easement, and it requires, well, you can see my highly stylized enhancements in red ink that I put on there. That's mine. But it says that there's a required open space, and that's 60%. That's 10% more than our code requires today. It says on the next page, click, Jennifer, click next page. It says on the next page that the open space shall exist as it existed in 1999, and below that it says development or uses that alter the open space or affect the open space are prohibited. It also says that this document may be amended. That's not really the issue. The issue is, if you could go back to the next page. Sorry, thank you. I'm sorry, to the first page. At the very bottom, you see it references Exhibit A, and it talks about a sketch of the area, the protected area. And unfortunately, Exhibit A was not attached to the document when it was recorded in the records. So it is impossible to determine where that open space is. So my request tonight would be that if this passes tonight, that in between the first and second reading, that Exhibit A be verified by the staff as accurate and attached. And I would be hopeful that Sharon would have a survey from the good old days or something. This is floating around. I don't know did you use Dave Massey, or Dave's got everything. You should be able to dig this up with no trouble. So that would solve that problem. So could we click to the next document? Okay. So what you see here is a portion of the site plan that Sharon had approved, and this to me is the smoking gun. This is where the planning director, Cheryl Bauer, approved this property approved the site plan, approved it to go forward, and it says in that little square box that's kind of to the upper right, vested as per resolution 136-1977 MCBOC, Monroe County Board of County Commissioners, the parking requirements are waived to only 3 spaces. So, and she signed that. And then next, please. In the upper corner of that same document, it shows that the zoning is SR, that's suburban residential, and the county code was the code of the village at the time that this document was executed and approved. And I can tell you that I owned an office in Key Largo that was zoned suburban residential, and it was allowed in that use. So this was completely legal. It was completely conforming. It was no grandfathering required. This one was done, as I've said before, they played by the rules, they did everything right, and they got what they asked for. Then 2 years later, we voted, and we voted to change the zoning. And that's when it went from suburban residential to conservation. And when I say that this is a smoking gun, the planning director knew that because she approved this. This wasn't a mistake. It was intentional. And why they did that, I don't know if Sharon made her mad. I made her mad. She did the same thing to me on my property. So whatever the reason, it just shows that why would a planning director, it's not sound planning practice to take a developed property and put it into a zoning category that doesn't fit. The minimum acreage to develop on the current zoning is what, 2 or 4 acres or something? This property could never be built on with that. This was an intentional downgrade or down zone, and it's wrong. And so I think that needs to be brought out. I think there's going to be others that follow behind us that are going to have the same story, and I'm going to corroborate it every time I get the opportunity. So that issue is, that's that issue. There's a little bit more that is odd, and when we were discussing the property next door and looking into the hammock issue, it came up that the property was within the boundaries of an area designated under the Florida Forever program for acquisition. And for some reason, this property is in that boundary. And I say it with that tone for some reason. I have never, in my 38 years of doing land use work and real estate and zoning and stuff have seen where a government, where this program or the one before it, the Carl program, where they would include a property for acquisition that's developed, especially one that's this small. So that to me is a red flag that somebody made a mistake. So before this goes for approval, if it gets to the second reading, I would like the staff to see if they could look into that and find out why it is that this property was not, because it has to go through a process. It's nominated, it goes in front of the governor and cabinet. They don't just go down the list and check it off and send it into the copy machine. That's not how it works. Somebody knows why that was done, and I'd like an answer to that. So the other part of this is that if we approve this zoning to allow it to go forward, the applicant has testified that she would like to have an office there. And so that is a low-intensity thing. It's not going to be a very busy office because there's only 3 parking spaces. So the property is restricted on what you can clear for that. It may be, to lean towards the side of, protecting this. I would be in favor if we could put a conservation easement on there that was a little bit more specific and that it specifically protected the area that is supposed to be left alone. That might make it a little bit more clearer. I don't know if we can do that or not, but I'm just throwing it out there. If somebody wanted to, if we wanted to really just make sure that it doesn't turn into a Burger King, and I can appreciate that if I lived across the street. We saw on Tuesday night where an applicant proposed a zoning change, but it was for a site-specific limitation, the sub-district. And that could be done in this case, where the allowed uses under highway commercial could be limited to office or low intensity. I'm suggesting that, I'm not demanding that, but that would be one way to ensure that in the future that this property would not be changed over what we think it is today. So on that happy note, I think I am concerned, and I did watch the LPA presentation on this. Ms. Raffanello, I think, correctly raised an issue. Could this approval serve as a trigger or a precedent or a justification for other nearby properties to also be changed? And I share that concern. One way is that we could ask for a restriction that there be no lot combinations approved, there be no boundary adjustments approved, so that this property will need to stand on its own in perpetuity unless that is approved by the council. So those are my concerns, and I think it's fair to let the applicant respond to those. I don't know if the council wants to talk about that, but that's what I see on this, and I'm confident that we could do this, and it would be a fair balance to allow someone to use their property while protecting it. I'd like to say one more thing. Sorry, my throat's dry and I ran out of water. Zoning is not static. Land use is not static. We saw that with the church property. It used to be a movie theater, and then it was a church, and now it's outgrown. The use has outgrown, and they want to move somewhere else. So it's our duty as the government to respond to that. We have to move forward in time. We don't lock everything down. If we did, every place would be a historic district. So I think we can do that here. This property is unique. I didn't know we had an orchid farm or a butterfly farm. I'm delighted that we do, and I'm sad that we might lose it. But we can't handcuff someone to the use of their property just because we like it. We have to respond to market conditions and other factors. So I think a person has a right to make a change so that they can make some beneficial and meaningful and useful use, is that a good word? Useful use of their property. So I think that's about all I got, but I would like to see this approved with those concerns in mind. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Sharon, you want to? Okay. Henry, you want to say anything?
No, I don't.
I don't either. Elizabeth?
I appreciate your report, Mark, or your commentary, and I think that that we're all concerned about, or I think we can acknowledge the concern about the idea that this property could be sold in conjunction with the other high hammock and it would turn into something. Yes, I mean, I think your solutions creatively address some of the problems that have come up, but I mean, I'd like to vote for this as well. I'm curious to know, Sharon, now or at some point, how you feel about Mark's commentary.
Putting some of those conditions that he said.
I'd agree, 100%. It's about my dad, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So I think we need some direction on how to move forward.
John?
Under our code, once deliberations have begun, there's no further presentation or testimony unless permitted at the sole discretion of the council.
Council?
I'll move the letter speak.
It's at the discretion of the council, so we have to do, yeah, I'm saying there's a motion. I'm just, before she speaks, I want to make sure the council, we deal with the motion. Yeah.
That's what I said.
Yep, there's a motion on the floor by Councilmember Rosenthal.
Right.
She's a member of the LPA. I think we should have a little latitude there and maybe
Okay.
give her 2 minutes.
Okay. Marnie?
With the restrictions that were suggested by Councilman Gregg, if those restrictions, if it was limited to the existing footprint, office use, which is a low-intensity use, which would be abutting the old highway, and so on and so forth. As I said before, I don't have any issues with Vice Mayor Mahoney and what she intends to do with the property, but we do need protections moving forward for who may own it next. If what Vice Mayor Mahoney would like to do, and that is documented in restrictive covenants, whether it's easement covenants, lot restrictions, such as the combining, which is a big concern of mine, as well as keeping it to an office low-intensity use, then Worland Group, my husband and myself, would withdraw our objections. I think that would resolve our concerns.
Okay, thank you.
John, what is the mechanism that we could use to achieve the goal we're talking about?
Yeah, that's what Jennifer and I were just talking about. I mean, thankfully we're on first reading here, and so I think what I would ask if the council wants to go that way, that it would be a motion to approve, subject to the conditions specified and agreed to by the applicant, and then we could confirm the best mechanism to make that a reality before second reading, obviously.
Do we need to spell out what those conditions are? I knew you were going to nod yes. We have to do the thinking. We can't let you read our minds anymore. I would go ahead.
I mean, is that something that, I mean, understanding the intent of this conversation, is that something that that could come back to us?
It will.
Like, as in, I think you get what we're saying here, and because Sharon can't really speak right now, can she work with our planning department to bring
Absolutely. That's what it's all about.
That'd be awesome.
What we're saying is let's not delay. Let's move this forward. She's waited long enough, and the staff understands. I'll make a motion in a minute, and we'll try to lay out the specifics. And then in between now and the second reading, we'll have a chance to review what that is and tweak it and put it behind us. Okay? So I move we approve this subject to the inclusion of Exhibit A on the Declaration of Restrictive Covenants, subject to the review and approval of the council, combined with a conservation easement protecting the open space area referenced in Exhibit A, and some sort of restriction, limitation, or contract, whatever you want to call it, that prohibits the combination of this property in a boundary adjustment, lot adjustment, or some other thing that would make the size or shape or configuration of the property any different than it exists today. Did that cover all of it?
I'll second it.
Okay. All right.
Henry seconded.
I know, yeah. Okay, you guys got it?
Wait, we've got a...
I think there was something about low-intensity use or office only.
Yes, so with this, would we, Sharon, you okay with that? we would make this a sub-district, as we have done in others, or what, a site-specific, whatever that thing is called.
Yeah, we'll figure out the.
But the idea would be that the uses that are allowed under the highway commercial zoning would be limited to office use, low-intensity office use, and in between now and then, rather than handcuff ourselves, if there's a few other similar of equal or lesser intensity, we can add those on too to provide flexibility down the line if necessary. How's that?
We got it? Okay, so, Marnie, we have a motion and a second. Can you call the roll, please?
And this will be for, if you remember, there's two. This will be for H. We'll have a similar motion.
Yes.
I think you can incorporate everything for tab I.
Okay.
Can we clarify, please, for me? I was trying to type the motion. Who seconded?
Mark made a
Henry.
motion and Councilman Rosenthal seconded it.
And I'm sorry, I misspoke. This is G, and we'll have a similar motion for tab H.
All right.
Hey, Councilmember Mark Gregg,
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal.
I just have one recommendation. No chickens.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness. All right, Marnie, go ahead.
Chicken fight.
Elizabeth Jolin
Yes.
and Mayor Buddy Pinder.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes 4-0.
Okay.
Can I have a drink?
I'll move for I'll move for a motion to approve on the zoning matter with the identical, except for the site-specific thing, because that doesn't go in zoning, but the other conditions and limitations as in the prior motion.
I'll second.
Henry seconded. Marnie, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mark Gregg,
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal,
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin.
Yes.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder.
Yes.
That motion passes 4-0.
Okay, we're on to I.
Tab I is a resolution of the Village Council of Isla Mirada, Village of Islands, Florida, considering a request by James Lupino, Esquire, agent, on behalf of mile marker 82.790 LLC owner, to abandon and vacate a portion of Orange Street right-of-way as shown on the plat of map of the town site of Isla Mirada, according to the plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 1 at page 48 of the Public Records of Monroe County, Florida, being more particularly described in Exhibit A, reserving to the village all rights over any public utility easements and providing for an effective date. Yeah, this is, if before we begin, Council, if you could please disclose any ex parte communications that you may have had with anyone on tab I, and please include whether the person represented any group or entity, as well as the subject matter of the discussion as you recall.
I guess I had some conversation with the applicant. That'd be about it. Well, I mean, it's been a long time, so, you know, the discussions are discussions. And I guess I would include Sue Miller as well. Thank you.
I'm just curious, can you help me understand, is that necessary to, just conversation with anyone at all about this?
Yeah, as you recall, anybody that you may have had with regard to this, because that would be considered ex parte communication for quasi-judicial item.
I'll go, the only communication I've had with anybody has been Ty here since the last meeting, since this was heard last time.
And I should mention, it does not include staff.
Yeah.
Same as Buddy.
Mary Barley and another neighbor there, or two other neighbors in that area, which Marby Kazi and Nikki Rudolph.
My turn. I think I talked to Ty, and if I disclose someone at the original hearing on that, whoever that was, because I can't remember.
We can proceed, and you want to adopt, you can do it.
Thank you, Council. Again, Jennifer DeBowie, Planning Director. First, I'd like to adopt the record of the previous meeting from your council meeting on July 20th at 2023 into the record of tonight's proceedings. First, I'd like to say that since our last activity on this. The agent for the applicant has changed. It's now Ty Harris, PA. So Ty Harris, acting on behalf of the applicant, has submitted the right-of-way abandonment, seeking to abandon and vacate a portion of the village-owned right-of-way containing approximately 4,000 square feet of Orange Street from the intersection of Orange Street and De Leon Avenue, northeasterly to the property line boundary for 82790 Overseas Highway, as shown on Exhibit A, a legal description survey. Again, this application was before the council on July 20th, 2023. At that time, the council heard testimony regarding the possibility of adding sidewalk and improvements in that area. The council tabled the item to see if that was able to happen. I'd like to I'm not going to reread my whole report and go back in because we've adopted the testimony. I would like to say that at that time, the council was interested in a sidewalk plan. There was one that was done for the village in 2007 by Kimley Horn that I included in your packet for this meeting. If the council would like an updated version, we could certainly do that. However, in this instance, the plan that was provided to you shows no recommended sidewalk or bike improvements at this location in front of this property or affecting this road abandonment request. Also, that we've received some communication regarding the Heritage Trail. I just want to note for the council's benefit that looking at the Monroe County property appraiser maps and the GIS maps, the Heritage Trail stays along the US 1 right-of-way and is not impacted by the Orange Street right-of-way in this instance. I would also like to note that this request, I'm not sure if I was clear about it at the last hearing, but this request is coming to us from a condition of a sign permit that was applied for in 2022 by the owner of the property for the pole sign located there. The planning director at the time required a condition that they apply for a road abandonment at that time, and that's what instigated this request. And then finally, I included in your packet this evening, I think it was, some Monroe County and Village approved site plans that show previously approved parking located within the right-of-way of Orange Street. That's all the information I have at this time. If there's anything else, I'm happy to answer questions, however you would like to proceed.
We ready to hear from the applicant?
John, we okay for?
Yep, yeah.
Yes.
Unless you have questions of staff, they're up next.
As you know, I'm not Jim Lupino, and I will not in any way try to replicate the almost hour and a half that I think this council spent in July discussing this matter. But there was a task left with staff at the end of that meeting, and it was go forth and look into whether there's a pedestrian and bicycle plan, and is there any evidence that there is still a public benefit to retaining the right-of-way? And as you all know, Dan and I didn't agree on a lot of things, but this is one that Dan and I actually agreed upon because Dan, being an attorney, realized that as part of the sign permit application that the village didn't want to retain liability over the right-of-way, which had already been approved to be used for parking. That doesn't make a lot of sense. So that was a very intelligent move on his part to require that we request the abandonment. And as staff has pointed out, and you should have in your updated package, there have been at least 3 site plans, including the original one in 1976, approved showing parking approved over that right-of-way. So even without getting into the 2007 bicycle and pedestrian plan, whatever public benefit may have been there, it was extinguished by the approval of those site plans. Fast forward to the 2007 pedestrian and bicycle study. I had heard about this study as a rumor because I think people were still complaining about the $70,000 that the village paid back in 2007 for the study. And the study is 50 pages long. I reviewed the study. I talked to staff about it. I didn't see any planned improvements on this portion of the right-of-way because that would have changed the discussion we'd be having tonight. So with all the evidence that is in front of us and the site plans that have been approved, staff is completely correct. There is no public benefit to this property. I've also heard that there were questions about safety in this section and accidents. I couldn't find any accident report data that showed this area being unusually unsafe. So if somebody else has that, I'd be interested in seeing it. But I will tell you this, if there are future plans that to do something in that area at the village's expense to make it nicer looking, make it safer, my client is on the record saying they will cooperate 100% as long as it doesn't come out of their pocket. So if the plan does change and there's an opportunity to make it better, make it nicer, make it safer, we're all on board with that. But at this point, we respectfully request that you follow your staff's recommendation and approve the abandonment of the right-of-way. Thank you very much.
Madam Vice Mayor, the next would be any. Sorry to do that to you. Next up would be any public testimony in support of the application.
Don't worry, buddy, I got it. Is there anyone in support of this application? Please step forward.
Good job.
I don't specifically have anyone signed up in support, but Van Cadenhead has a position of neutral. And then we have Mr. Schwepp as opposed. So I guess Van could come on up and tell us what his position is.
Oh. Van, wait, please have Van go first. Oh.
Thank you all so much for your time and for your patience this evening, almost to the end. Paul Schwepp on behalf of the Mary Barley Family Trust and Princeton LLC. They are affected property owners in the area, and I appreciate the opportunity to present in opposition to this application. Just as a preliminary matter in response to the applicant's attorney, that the applicant desires to put a sign on the road. That's not a rationale to abandon the village's rights to the road which it owns. The sign should go on their property. Oh, did that work? Oh, he's got to move it? Okay, so this is a depiction of the property. You can see the CVS next door. That has a clearly delineated and buffered sidewalk. The driveway is oriented perpendicular to the highway. That's all in compliance with your code. But meanwhile, when you get to the applicant's property, there is no clearly delineated sidewalk, there's no buffer whatsoever, and there's no driveway. You've got this helter-skelter approach with vehicles randomly pulling in and backing out of the highway into the parking lot. The next slide, please. Oh, okay, this actually shows you a street view that lets you see where the CVS sidewalk just suddenly vanishes. And then you come to the applicant's property. Again, when you look at the CVS property, there's the buffering, there's a sidewalk, there's a perpendicular driveway, versus what looks to be a pretty shambolic and haphazard approach to park at the applicant's property. And their parking is on the village's owned road. Let's go 2 slides forward. There we go. Here's your code provision on vacating public streets. The council has authority to do it, but only where abandonment is in the public interest, and only if no affected property owner objects. And Councilmember Gregg, I listened very carefully when you were speaking on an earlier matter about adjacent property owners, adjoining, abutting property owners. The language of your code is an affected property owner, and that means an adjacent property owner or anyone who by virtue of the abandonment will have access that's currently used eliminated. And here you've got at least 4 affected property owners, people who own property that currently use the area that will have that use eliminated. They will, by virtue of this abandonment, become trespassers on what's now a village street. And in fact, your staff report makes that clear, that if you permit this abandonment to go forward, the property owner can fence it off, et cetera. So now an area that's currently used by property owners will no longer be available to them. And Lori Stone objected. That's part of the record of this proceeding. On April 12th, she owns 18 Avocado. She regularly uses the area to walk and bike. Stephanie and Scott Reed both objected. They are at 193 Avocado. They also bike and walk in that area. And of course, Mary Barley and the opponent that I represent has objected. So you've got a situation where you have affected property owners that do object. You can only abandon if the public interest would be promoted by abandonment. And here, abandonment is actually adverse to the public interest. Your code has a number of provisions that right now the property doesn't comply with. And by abandoning, you foreclose your ability to require compliance. And what are those requirements? And this is part of the village center, so your code says that you should promote walk-up traffic and enhance pedestrian-related activities. But instead, you've got cars just coming right off of US 1 and pulling straight into this area. That's a public street that's adverse to pedestrian and bike activities. You've got to require that a driveway entrance require no backing movements. But here, where vehicles are parking, to leave that area, they would have to back or maneuver into the right-of-way. And in this case, in the US 1, because of the orientation of the property. And your code says, in no case shall a parking or loading space require backing movements or other maneuvering directly on the US 1 right-of-way, which is the situation right now. They're in violation of that. And then your code at section 3815F requires perpendicular driveways with a buffer, which is lacking at this property. So abandoning, vacating your ownership of this right-of-way will foreclose your ability to implement these requirements on what is right now village-owned property. Your code even has a map of what the driveway requirements should look like, the perpendicular orientation to the road. And as was mentioned, abandonment would be incompatible with the bike and pedestrian plan that was adopted by the village in 2007. That's part of your CDMP and your comp plan. You say that the village should provide land uses to promote use of bicycles and pedestrian movements, to enhance the Overseas Heritage Trail, and to address pedestrian access to US 1. And your bike plan calls for the village to enhance and widen bicycle, pedestrian, shared use paths. So you shouldn't really reward what is a non-compliant parking lot that's on village-owned property by giving away that village property. And we submitted, and this was provided to you all back in July, a consultant's report that shows what you could do with this area, how you could, in a way that's compliant with your code, provide for a driveway that's perpendicular to the street, a buffered area, and then a protected sidewalk and bike path. So let me make just a couple of final points. There's no such thing as adverse possession against the government. The fact that this applicant has been using a street that's owned by the village doesn't mean that they just now become the owner of it. Adverse possession doesn't work against the government. They've maintained it, that to be sure, but they've also benefited from it. So of course they should be maintaining it. What they should be doing is coming and paying you the property tax on property that they're using and paying you rent because they've been using it, not asking you to give it away for free to them because they've been using it in the past. That's against your code. So we respectfully request that you deny the application. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So on rebuttal, first, I can assure you, we are not putting up a no trespassing sign on a business that is open to the public. It would be unwise, and it would also be contrary to the site plan, the original site plan that was approved in 1976, which essentially gave that property owner the right to use the right-of-way. I mean, I don't think there's any debate. I haven't heard anybody, including the previous presentation, make the assertion that we don't have the right to use it. Second, this is consistent with the 2007 plan. As I stated in my first presentation, there are no planned improvements for this portion of the right-of-way. So it is consistent with the 2007 plan. And finally, there's a big piece of this missing that goes into some fairly advanced land use, which is that there are no code violations. There are no violations of any of our codes because under Florida law, just changing a retail to a retail to a retail doesn't trigger new development standards unless you add area to the building. So under 163, this is just a change of tenant. So the original rules that were in place when this was approved still apply unless there's a substantial change in tenant and or a change to the size of the building. So those provisions are not applicable. They are completely under Chapter 163, just the change of tenant. Thank you.
Okay, council. Any further discussion?
Ladies first? No, go ahead.
Okay, just a couple of questions. First, I'd like to ask Jennifer a few questions regarding this tab 1 that we have.
Tab 1, I'm sorry.
The handout? Yeah. Mhm. Pardon me?
The I, yes, tab
I'm an old man. I can't read.
Sure.
So this document has a date on it. Well, I'm assuming it's a date of 1996.
76.
76. See, I can't read. So it appears to me to be a survey of the property that came from somewhere.
That was the original approval, I believe, for the town site supermarket from Monroe County in 1976.
Okay. Did I hear you say survey or site plan?
I think it's a survey plan.
Okay, survey. I note that the parking, there's a word parking that appears to be in the area of Orange Street.
That is correct.
Okay, and was this survey used for some sort of approval of a permit or something?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay, so that would mean that the county has approved, in a manner of speaking, the county has approved what's on this paper, which shows parking in Orange Street.
Yes, because these were found in our permit records.
Archives, yes. So let me flip to the next one, which is, oh, there's a bunch of them. Okay, in 2005, and I don't have the eagle eyes to read the detail, but it certainly does look like this is a modern version of a survey for the same property with more detail, but it shows the same thing, Orange Street, and I think I see parking spaces delineated. There are some perpendicular lines that seem like they could be parking paint or something, but at any rate, it seems that does it say parking in there, parking space?
Yes, it does.
Okay, okay, thank you. And then 2012, I don't think I've seen this one. Oh, no, I haven't. What is this?
That is a building permit for the Dollar Tree. I'm not sure for what exactly it was a permit for, but it was for the Dollar Tree from 2012. It was a site plan for part of a building permit application.
Was this document submitted to the village as part of an application for?
It was found in our archived records.
And it was approved?
Yes.
So in effect, we've approved parking in Orange Street?
That's correct.
Okay. So when I went to law school, I heard the gentleman who had a very excellent presentation, by the way, and a wonderful baritone voice, I envy you, made a comment that you cannot adverse possess against the government, which is true. However, it's only adverse if it's not consensual. So it appears to me that this is a consensual use of that. We've in essence, given the applicant the permission to park his car in the road, park the cars in the road. Is that a fair assumption? I'd like to finish, if you don't mind, and we'll let the mayor address a response. I'm not trying to trick you. I just...
Ask Buddy what that says right there. Buddy, what does that say right there?
I was trying to read that.
I can't even, I mean, it's actually,
I can't
I
read
mean,
it.
this is hard to even reference because we can't see it.
Oh, yeah, blow it up with your phone, Elizabeth.
Can you blow it up?
Oh, my God.
Put your camera.
We're not supposed to use our phones on the dais.
Mark, you can put your camera on and you.
I mean-
Okay, here we go.
Existing vegetation, which if this wasn't approved, this was a site approval, yeah.
Mine says existing parking spaces. That's what mine says. Existing
Yes.
pylon.
There's a sign thing there, yes, on the other end of the parking.
So,
Existing vegetation on the end, but existing, it might have a number there. It could be an 8.
what were you getting at? This is,
Well, what I'm getting at is, you know, this is a public road where we have, sort of in a de facto way, given permission to use it, exclusive permission. That's not adverse. And he's right. You can't adverse possess against the government, but this isn't adverse. So it looks like it's consensual. We said it's okay. And we conditioned 3 permits on that, 3 that I know of. And I know that there was a sign permit, is that right? That was done in 2022?
That's correct. There was a sign permit in 2022 and an asphalt permit in 2022, but this abandonment was conditioned on the sign permit, or the sign permit was
That's what I was going to get to.
how did the sign get built then?
Just a second, let me finish. I'm almost done. I understood that there was a 2022 permit for a sign, for an asphalt parking lot, for a repair, whatever it was, but the planning director, Dan Galizio, included a provision or a condition that the applicant was to apply for this road abandonment. So in other words, he was required to do what we're doing tonight in order to comply with the permit that he received. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
Okay. With regard to the presentation that we saw, some things I agree with, some things I don't. With regard to the word adjacent, that word is defined in section or chapter 30 of our code, which is the land development regulations. And we're dealing with chapter 50 now, which has to do with roads and streets and so forth. I'm not sure that the LDR definition applies here. It might, but I was not able to understand. Can you, staff, tell me how it is that Mr. Schweip's clients are, their access is affected by what we might do tonight?
I mean, I can't, I guess, is what my answer would be. But the access comes on, comes through, I believe, through De Leon Avenue that takes it down. I don't believe that access to the property is required through Orange Street, particularly in the given how it has been developed.
My understanding is that an affected party is someone who would be deprived of access or have their access impaired in some way.
Yeah, our code specifically defines affected party under section 50-55.
Yes.
There's 4 things that could make up an affected property owner. So I guess I can just read it so you all have
I just
it.
want to know if they're affected party under section 50, chapter 50.
I would say they were not. They have not been deemed to be because they were not sought out to see if they had an objection or if they consent to it, I should say.
Okay.
Which is one of the requirements.
Okay. I think I'm finished for now. Thank you.
Henry?
No, I'm just waiting for this gentleman on the rebuttal.
Okay. Go ahead. Come on.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for your indulgence. I know it's late and I appreciate it. They are affected property owners because your definition doesn't require them to be adjoining. It just requires them to be property owners who currently use the village's right of way, which they do. And that's in the record. I mean, in other words, the emails by property owners say, I own property and I use this area. and my use will be limited if you give it away for nothing.
Do they
So-
park there?
Well, no. What they said in their email is they bike and they walk on Orange Street. So they are affected property owners under your code's definition. The village only gave notice to folks within 300 feet, apparently, of this application site. I don't know how they came up with that number because that's not what the code requires. It says any affected property owner, and that's somebody who owns property whose use will be restricted if you give away the village property.
But how do they use it if the cars are parked on it?
Well, they can walk and they can bike in that area. There's, that it gets pretty tight in there, but there is a section of Orange Street where they can. And by the way, and we made this point in our letter, if you abandon it, you only abandon to the center line of Orange Street. By law, the other side of it would go to the state of Florida. It would not go to the applicant. By
I'm familiar.
law, it doesn't work that
I understand that. I'm good with that part. I just don't
and I did want to
understand.
point out, adverse possession means adverse. If the village, out of its graciousness, said, okay, we'll let you use the street to park cars, that's not adverse. In other words, that's by your agreement. That doesn't give them any right whatsoever to the property because you've let them do that. Doesn't mean that now they suddenly become the owner when you've let them do it. That's not adverse possession. It's the reverse.
I understand.
Counsel, can I just correct a couple of things that were said? First, the abandoning to the center, that is, the way it was stated is not correct. The village would be, if the village approves this, we would be abandoning the entirety. How it gets separated, that's not in the resolution. That is a different item, but I want to make sure it's clear. The village is not abandoning only half of this right away. The village, what's being proposed as a village, is abandoning the entirety of it. And then how it gets separated amongst adjoining property owners is a different issue. So the village, as being proposed, if this is approved, would be abandoning the entire right of way. The village did not only provide notice to people within, the property owners within 300 feet. Notice was provided in accordance with the code, and also anybody that met the definition of affected property owner, the planning department reached out to them to see if they have any, if they consent or have any objection to this as is required under the code. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Could you explain that last part further? You reached out to all affected property owners?
Yeah, so under the code, as part of the code, to abandon a road under section 50-56, one of the requirements is the abandonment shall not be granted unless all affected property owners agree to the abandonment. So the planning department, this was prior to Jennifer, this was under when Mr. Galizio was the planning director, reached out to all of the affected property owners to get letters of what he called letters of no objection. Those are in the packet that are provided for as part of this.
But that's probably just an interpretation of the planning department, because anyone in Islamorada who owns property and uses that sidewalk would be an affected property owner.
No, that's not the definition of affected property owner in Islamorada. It's affected property owner is you have access that you currently use that the property owners is eliminated. So just using property does not mean you have access that's been eliminated as a property owner. You have platted access that's eliminated. That's not happening here. There's a paved area adjacent to the property is increased for turnaround purposes. That is not what's talking, or the property owner's property is being increased in size. Obviously, anybody who's adjacent to it would conceivably be getting, or could be getting their property increased in size.
We're talking,
This does not create, to read it that broadly would mean every single resident in the entire village of Islamorada would be an affected property owner. That is not how I read this. That is not how, I don't want to speak for Jennifer, I don't believe that's how she reads it. That is not how the prior planning director read it. I don't read this to mean every single person is an affected property owner because he or she may have stepped foot on the right-of-way at some point.
I agree with you, but do we need to extend the meeting?
Yeah, we do that.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Just brought it up, Mark. So do I hear a motion to extend?
Move to extend till 10:30?
But again, that's just one element. So whether they're an affected property owner, that's only one element. So there are two elements that to abandon. There are two elements that that the village would need to find. The other one is that there's no public interest in continued access to the right-of-way of the easement. That is not specific to affected property owners.
Okay, anybody else have anything, council? Vice Mayor Mahoney?
Yeah, I guess what's so hard about this is the fact that, as you can see by this has been like this for a long, long time. I don't think the village has a policy for, I don't know how many abandoned roads we have, but maybe that's something we should look into to see, and maybe there should be some monetary something for the village if we do end up abandoning a road. Just saying that. And as far as this building goes, I've had the pleasure of being across the street from it for 27 years. Long time. And I have never seen an accident there. I agree with Mr. Harris on that. I have never seen anybody willy-nilly pull off of there. In fact, I hope I don't get my own self in trouble here by saying that you want to see a building where you pull in and you have to back out on US 1, come by my shop. We have the worst parking, I think, in all of Alamorada, where there's 3 businesses, myself, Coastal Realty, and Windy Day Plumbing. And the parking lot is full every day. And we have to back straight out. And when the sidewalk situation was brought up by this gentleman, the first thing I thought of was, well, wait a second. The sidewalks are broken all through Alamorada. It's not like Town Site, Dollar Tree, everything this property has been ever had a sidewalk out there. There wasn't. Just like in front of my building, there's no sidewalk. But yet you go past my building and the sidewalk starts in front of the post office and on down. So the idea that there should be a sidewalk there, there's never been a sidewalk there. And if we have to start worrying about how people back out, I frequented the Dollar Tree, okay? And I never backed onto US 1, so I'm having a hard time imagining when you're saying unless somebody needs to way back out, it's pretty easy to turn around in there. I've never had a problem with it. And again, there's people who ride bikes back and forth on both sides of the road. There's no bike path in front of my building. And I can't tell you how many times I've gone to back out and almost pick somebody off, which is horrible because you can't see. At least I'm honest, you can't see. So this isn't just this one piece of property that doesn't have a bike path. It's peppered all the way down Alamorada. At least that's what I
Well, the road is a fragment. It's been abandoned on both sides. I also bought my glasses at the Dollar Tree.
There you go.
But there's another concern that I think it affects everybody in the village, and that's, I believe this is in our charter, it's in our comp plan, and it's probably in our code, and that is a strong opposition to widening US 1 on Upper Matecumbe. And to me, by abandoning this road, that supports that position by making a piece of public property that could be widened into a private one that would discourage the widening of the road. And that was one of the leading factors behind why we incorporated, because we've been hearing about threats of widening Upper Matecumbe Key into a 4-lane to make it easier and faster to get to Key West. So that affects everyone.
I'd like to make a comment. We're definitely not in 1976 anymore. I mean, the town has changed. I can speak personally to the fact that that I bike. I mean, you're a biker too. You probably don't come down so far to bike in this area, but the sidewalk is fragmented. We have a lot of bikers in town. As we get more people who come to our resorts, everybody has a bike rental. You see these poor people out there on their matching bikes, I would say the reason you don't see accidents here is because anyone who is biking here is like on super high alert because they're afraid they're going to be killed. Now, what I'm hearing Mr. Harris say is that he is willing to have a conversation about an improvement such as the one suggested by this lawyer. Sorry, I'm forgetting your name. And I think that's something we should think about, because the fact is, there is a bike path here. I mean, there just is. There's a bike path, and the abandonment of a road is a pretty big step, right? And here we have an opportunity to improve in our modern age, and it sounds like we're getting an agreement with the applicant. Like, what a nice compromise. There is absolutely, like, this would be a gift to everyone who thinks about getting on a bike or getting on there, who's walking in our town, to delineate that sidewalk and make it safer. And I don't think anyone could argue that, I mean, you sit there and watch it. I mean, it is, you're gonna get, like, someone's gonna get killed there as you're watching, and someone's coming in and you're trying to pull out. Like, there's no requirement to abandon this. We could actually improve this, make a singular entrance like the CVS or like Publix, create some safety. I mean, that's our duty.
This seems to me like we're sort of as you said, spot zoning or spot doing stuff, because maybe we should look at Alamorada as a whole. And again, yeah, the CVS does have one turn in, and there's a bike path in there, and then it stops, but it's always stopped there. And so just to put one more bike path just in front of this building, what about the rest of Alamorada?
I love the idea of comprehensive
seriously.
planning. And in the meantime, I'd say, well, no, keep our road while we're looking at that. So I would say, like, yeah, let's deny this. And sure, let's look at the whole bike path. It doesn't mean that we have to give over the road. In fact, if we give over the road, our comprehensive bike path, safety plan, that's gone in this space.
So to me, I'm just having a hard time with this abandoned road thing, because the abandoned road is right on the side, correct?
No, it's here. It's right here. We're abandoning this right in front, right where the bike path. Like, this is the
There's
right
no
where
bike
the
path
cars
there.
park in the front.
There's
Yeah,
no
right there, but the right-of-way, the bike path is on the US 1 right-of-way.
Yes.
That's where the bike path is.
Yes.
it's this is US 1. This is what we're saying. Okay, go ahead and have it.
Elizabeth, I'll say it. I was born and raised here. When it was Pouchers, cars parked all in front of there, okay?
But it's busy. The traffic has increased 1,000-fold. It's just a different time.
I understand, but the bike path is on the US 1, is on the FDOT right-of-ways where the bike path is. Right. It is not in Orange Street. Am I right or wrong?
Why would we?
Mr. Cole?
Why would we abandon that, especially when this property owner has a ton of other places to park? I'm just trying to understand why we would possibly.
Put it as a condition that if he wanted to get his sign permit and get his permit, he needed to have this. Am I right or wrong? Is that what I was told? Is that it was one of the conditions?
A requirement.
Yeah, Dan required that.
The requirement was to ask us if we would abandon the road. It wasn't to abandon the road. Let's be very clear, and I don't know if that's been made clear. The requirement was to come to the council and ask, would you like to abandon the road? We have the opportunity to say yes or no. It's an opportunity to improve this space. Let's be clear. The town has changed, and we've said it over and over again, and there's just no question. There is more traffic. There are more people. There are more bikers. And so I'm not clear why we're even entertaining the idea of giving away a road that would that we could utilize to create a safer space right here. I don't understand why we would even think about it. And with all due respect, especially when the applicant is saying, hey, you want to beautify my space? Make this safer? I mean, he just said that. And I don't think he doesn't usually says what he means. I've noticed. So that compromise to me is like, yes, let's take it. How thrilling. Where's the downside of that? Unless there's something y'all know that I don't know.
Okay.
I know something.
What is it?
Mark, can I say one thing?
Please.
Okay. I walked 162,000 steps last week. 162, 384 steps. 72.2 miles in the village. Okay, a lot of it's I walked at night even. I walk every day, and I walk all over the village. I've been riding my bicycle all the way to Papa Joe's from my house that's across the street. And some days I go by there. Some days I go on the old road. Most of my walking is on the old road, or it's on the bike path on the other side of the highway. Okay, I'm very careful what I do. If I go at night, I have a vest on. I have a safety vest with a red flashing light on the back and a white one on the front. All right, but man, I mean, I'm just saying that that road has been there before Miss Barley ever moved there, before a lot of the people ever moved down Avocado or De Leon Avenue.
So why give it away? It's always been there. Why give it away?
We've already given it away.
No, we haven't. Or
We've
we
given
wouldn't-
him
or we
permanent
wouldn't
permission
be
to park
asked-
there.
Or we wouldn't be asked this question tonight. I mean, if we've already given it away, we wouldn't be having this conversation, would we?
Well, that's something
The
we'd have to ask
question is-
Dan about.
Well, he's not here.
He required it.
And we're going to, be gentle about this because we have turned over a new leaf. But the question we're asked is, do we want to give this road away? Which means we have something to give away. And
what good is it accomplishing right there? It's been, when Pouchers had it, they parked there. When Townsite, when it burned and they rebuilt it, it was still Townsite. They still parked right there on Orange Street that road was. Then when the Dollar Tree was there, they still parked there until just now, until Dan had made this part of the sandal factory's condition that we do something with this road. Do we have to do anything with it? I don't know. Jennifer?
the condition is to ask us if we want to abandon it. If we say no, we have an opportunity to create a safe space for our community to exit and enter a busy retail space, and the applicant is agreeing to it. He has literally just got up here and said, if you guys want to make this safe and lovely, I'm in. I think that's what I heard him say. I don't think he was being disingenuous. Why would we say anything but, okay, thanks, let's do it?
How much is it going to cost? I mean, we've had since July or September to plan this out, and nothing has happened. I don't think there's any interest in it.
Well, actually, I think that's why we have our after action report, and that never got on there. I'm sorry for the tone, but let me ask you, Ty, did I hear you say, if we have the opportunity to create a safe and lovely entrance to my retail space, I'd like to pursue that, something to that effect?
I've said, and I'll say it again, we will help and cooperate in anything that, all it does is improve the value of Sandal Factory. Notwithstanding, we're going to go forward and either we're asking you to up or down the road abandonment, but I've already made that commitment. My client has made that commitment. That commitment doesn't go away going forward. But I'm asking, just put me out of my misery. Let me know whether we're abandoning it or not, but it doesn't change the commitment.
Well, so let me ask you, if we say, no, we don't want to abandon it, but we want to make it beautiful and safe to enter your property, is that something you could live with?
Again, we fulfilled the requirement.
Yeah, I'm just saying, because what we've noticed is there's nuance in these kinds of issues. It's not black and white.
My concern is that, I've heard some rumblings that, hey, maybe we could change your parking. My client has no desire to change the parking. That's, you take away his front parking spaces, there's going to be a fight. And that's what I'm telling you, because right now, the only way to assure that you don't take away his parking spaces, because I'm kind of hearing that maybe that's the way you want to go, is to get the road abandonment, and then if there's anything that we can do that doesn't impact the front parking spaces to make it safer, nicer, prettier, we're all in for it. But we don't want to affect the parking spaces.
What I know is that I will never send my kid to bike on that area because it's super dangerous. Okay. And where there is some designation of space to bike, it's safe. I just cannot understand why this group is not saying, yeah, we believe in keeping our pedestrians and our bikers safe. I don't get it, especially because we already own the stuff. We already own the road.
I'll tell you something. If we were to do what you said, it would have to be put out to bid. We'd have to have a design. We'd have to get construction money available. Where's it going to come from? And I can just see Van coming to the podium and saying, why are you spending $250,000 to fix up this private property owner's front of his property and enhancing his value? You're using taxpayers' money to benefit one person and make his property more valuable.
It's not one person, is it? It's every biker, every kid. I mean, do you see people going? I mean, people cross US 1. My God, and so I bet Van wouldn't get up here and say, you know, you're improving safety in our community for pedestrians like Buddy, who traverses the highway. We all want to improve that. That's our duty. It is, I mean, it is our duty to improve pedestrian safety.
I just have a problem with it's like one spot.
Yeah, me too.
I mean,
That's where I have an
it's
issue.
one spot, and yet when you pull into not Dollar Tree, whatever it is now, you don't back out onto US 1. Where that comes from is beyond me. Come park in front of my building. I have to back out in US 1. But let me just say this. Thank you. But we are spending money to spot fix how many feet?
And I'm hearing you ask a question, and the answer to that is that.
So what about in front of my building? You going to do that?
It's not reasonable, is it? But where we can fix it, let's do it. Because you're pretending, I think we're all pretending that we live in, I don't know, someplace with more space. We aren't. That's not where we live. But where we have the opportunity to create safe spaces for children, bikers, and pedestrians, why wouldn't we do that? I'm just
50 feet down the road, you can get hit.
So we should not do anything?
No,
Is
but
that
I'm
what
just
I mean?
saying there should be a better overall plan.
Because it stops before.
It should have a better overall plan.
So what that means is that you've got more safety from Publix to the end of the Dollar Tree, and then you got to be alert when you go past Tiny's, but they only serve 4 cars at a time. I mean, I'm missing the logic where you'd say, let's give away something, keep it unsafe for our increasing pedestrian community. That is what we're saying. It is absolutely what we're saying.
I disagree with you because look, you got the Bayside Gourmet there, you got the Dolphin thing there. You got, what about in front of Trading Post?
We don't have a road in front of those. We're talking about Orange Tree, where we have a road here, and we're being asked to give it away.
Well, it's been that way.
Oh my gosh!
I feel like it's been that way for years. And look at Trading Post. People park right in front of Trading Post, like Sharon's store.
Trading Post isn't asking us to give away a road. So let's do nothing. Let's deny it, and I know. Let's do this. Let's just say no and not do anything. So no, let's not give away the road and don't do any improvement.
Okay, do I hear a motion at all, council?
I move we approve this.
Okay, do I hear a second? Do I hear a second?
I will not second it.
I asked for a second.
I will not second it.
Henry won't second it.
I will not second this.
Okay, will you second it?
I'm torn. There has to be a better solution.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth, but I don't agree on this one section. And that road has always been used.
Hey, let's give away this road and set a precedent for giving away more roads in the future, because that's where this will go.
We need to find a policy. We do.
The reality is if we abandon the road, there will be no physical difference. It's a paper abandonment. We have given away the store, so to speak, by virtue of these parking lot approvals.
That's actually not true, Mark.
It is. I just saw 3 pictures that show that.
If we give away the road, then we have no more say. But if we keep the road, we actually have agency over it. Let's be clear. It's our property. We can require.
1 minute. Our manager, Mr. Cole, would like to speak.
Sure. I just wanted to refocus on the fact that there's a bike plan that we paid to have done at one point. And if we're looking for a comprehensive solution that provides safe alternatives for people of all interests and abilities to walk and bike, that particular plan, and I reviewed it and I walked that area as well, shows that the bike path and pedestrian path actually goes over to the old road, and they may have, was it Kimberly Horn that did that analysis? They may have seen some of the things that I've heard each of you talking about in terms of long-standing conditions, fragmented sidewalks and bikes, and they may have thought, well, a better approach would be to take it out of that environment because there's a lot of traffic. I'm just saying there's an alternative out there that isn't, one piece at a time, and you just have to think about whether you want to fund that and make it a reality so there is a viable, safe way for people to go, consistent with the bike and ped plan that was done. And I just wanted to make sure everyone's thinking that that's out there. And I'm not suggesting one discussion is right or wrong, just factually, that's out there as something to consider.
Pardon me, we need to extend the meeting.
Okay.
Extend for 5 minutes.
All right. So do I hear a second? Do I have a second?
There has to be a solution, a better solution. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Your applicant gave you the solution.
Yeah, but.
He did. The applicant gave it. There is.
So can't we figure out an agreement where we give them the road, but yet that we hold them, just like you're doing to me with my property? What
It's not
is
the
it?
same.
It is sort of the same because it's always been a parking lot.
But here's the thing, and I would urge us to realize that we are in different times. I mean, a bike path, a bike plan that suggests that you cross US 1 right there, are you out of your mind? It is like, nobody should cross US 1 on a foot or a bike. I mean, we are now in 2024.
I cross the road here every meeting that I have. I cross the road. I cross the road at night to come to this park. And
no one under the age of 13 should cross the road.
Highway since I grew up as a teenager to come right here when this was a restaurant and a pool and eat dinner and.
You could sleep, you could lay down in the road in 2007 when this bike, yes, you can. Yes, you could.
All right, so do I hear a second or, I'll go? Yeah, I'll make a second. I'll second.
Can he speak?
You can still discuss, yeah, but there's a second.
Okay.
I have been in favor of beautification of the city since it started, and the county as well. If I had my way, when you come into Alamorada, there would be a change. Can't tell you what it would be. It might be trees, it might be most anything, but it would be noted that we are an individual area, not like Ocean Reef, not like Key West, but a noted change when you enter this particular area. It'll probably never happen, but I would like to see it happen. The Heritage Trail goes for 100 miles. It's broken in many, many places. I personally like to see if we start with this little spot, and then we go to the next little spot. And when I'm 106, we might get it accomplished. So anyway, I am not in favor of abandoning it. I'm in favor of not giving anything away, and that's the way I'm going to vote.
Okay.
Can we come up with some policy for this in the future? Because this can't be the only road. I know you're dying to say something, but it can't be the only road. And sometimes things just don't make any sense, and this just doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry, I just think it's
So
silly.
if it doesn't make sense and we need a
Then Judge
policy,
Judy says it's
then,
not true.
if it doesn't make sense and we need a policy, then the correct way to handle this would be to deny the abandonment, because we can always revisit, we can always abandon it, or
That's not fair
abandon
to the
it.
applicant. You don't throw on a layer right at the last minute.
We do it all the time. They're already using it. Nothing will change for that person except that we retain the agency. We're not putting any other conditions. We just retain the agency of that road. I mean, and I would remind you of the amazing amount of work we did with Publix to make that safe and attractive. I mean, we're doing this as the town changes and improves. A denial of this doesn't require them to do anything but what they're doing. They don't have to do anything different. At all. That's just the reality. I mean, nothing in their life changes when we say, we're denying this.
Last comment. We have breadcrumbed the applicant up to this point by making assurances and illusory representations that he can use this for his parking, and if you'll just take the final step of abandoning the road, applying for that, you'll be okay. And so I think if we're going to do this, if you're going to deny this, we at least owe the courtesy to the applicant. If we're going to just like a trail of breadcrumbs, lead him up here and then shove him off the cliff, we need to give him his money back. Because he spent a lot of money to get here at our request, our condition, our requirement. This is intensely unfair that we treat people like this. Since 1976, we've seen, maybe even earlier, it's been a private parking spot over a public road. We have given away the farm. And then you get to the end of the process here, and then we jerk the rug out from under him. This is nuts.
I don't understand that, and we're not. I don't understand why you say. I mean, did it drag on? That's not the fault of this council. I'm not sure why it hasn't been on our agenda, if that's what you're implying.
We asked for 6 months to think about it and come up with a bike plan last time. We came up with zip.
I'm sorry, but that's the after action report. Sorry.
Well, I love your passion, and I agree with most of everything that you said. And if this road had not been included in permits before for parking and required for his, I might join you. In fact, I think I would join you. I think I would. But that's not, this is a different thing.
I guess I respectfully disagree.
All right, so, hey, Marnie, there's a motion and a second. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
Yes.
Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin?
No.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
No.
And Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Oh, goody. Yes.
Okay, motion passes 3-2.
I move to adjourn.
All right.